He said that he's furious. were cut for those under 26 in the budget.
All you have to do is listen for Arthur Griffith with
for your journey, as long delays are expected.
For you, and if you're pulled out tomorrow, you can pick a ticket. Which?
It has come to our attention that radio broadcasts on the planet have degraded to such an extent that there is nothing on the airwaves but absolute rubbish. We apologize for the delay in our response, as the airwaves carrying this bullshit have only reached our star system today. We've dispatched two of our brightest agents in the field to rectify this problem.
Welcome, folks, to the anti-broadcast on the 2nd of May, 2025. I'm your host, Howard, and over there is your host, Morgan.
Howdy.
It's been a big week. Another heat wave and terrorism in County Clare.
Oh, yeah. Shannon, of all places, that old familiar stomping ground of left-wing activism.
And the
you're
US
saying earlier,
military.
yeah, in kinder times, people would have been more sympathetic, but I think all the goodwill towards the left and its actions have faded. So yeah, you only made me aware of it there shortly. So they breached the perimeter.
Yeah, with what seems to be a transit van.
Yeah, I saw that, like a trans van, and then they had some sort of grid on the front of the van to reinforce it, and they crawled out through the top and then ran on to the airfield to stop a plane, I think.
Like we're talking pillars of concrete, the ones that dip over so that you can't climb over them. Yeah, serious, to keep out, of course, leftists and terrorists, they learned from the early 2000s that, with a bit of determination, we'll get in there and take a hatchet to one of their planes.
Yeah, so what I saw, they didn't make it very far. It seems to be they just breached the fence, and then was it maybe one person ran onto or approached one of the planes? But the bigger issue... Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I think I saw a video of them on top of a plane.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I saw in the video. Oh, no, they're on a... this is them on the van. Okay, now that makes sense. Sorry. As you said yourself, I just figured that out an hour before we went to air. Yeah.
Easy mistake to make, transit van and a military aircraft.
The wing of an airplane. Yeah, absolutely.
Irish equivalent of a military airplane. A transit van with wings drawn onto the side of it.
To be fair, that takes a lot of balls to do, doesn't it?
It does. It takes a lot of balls. We have
ingenuity our main, as well. With
our main guest has appeared.
Oh, okay. Let's go straight to that.
Yeah, it seems to be becoming a weekly occurrence. I'm sorry, people, but we're going to go live to watch our second in command minister. What's he Minister for Defence, is it, or something?
Yes, for Defence, and he's also the Taoiseach, or acting anyway.
All right, let's
see what's going on here.
Lots of sites around Ireland where you can build houses. If only there was water, if only there was wastewater, if only there was electricity, if only the local authority was playing its part. So we wanted to set up, not a czar or any of this sort of stuff, a housing activation office. And being honest, I'm very supportive of that. I think it makes a lot of sense. But I didn't agree with. But
why did you block it? Was it the money?
No, to be honest, I don't like the word block. I just didn't think it was a good idea, being honest, to go straight ahead
That particular person.
with the appointment of any
Doesn't like
kind of
the word
individual
block.
person
Not a
on a
nice
set
word.
salary, without just taking a little bit of time to think this through. And when I talked that through, being truthful, I think the Taoiseach agreed with me. So we made a good decision this week. Get on with the office, but let's get this right. We only get one chance to get this right. I heard right across the country, people are not happy with where we are with housing. They want us to do
You ran
more.
out of
And let's
chances
get
years
this
ago, man.
Yeah. Well, what's he talking about? The housing czar, isn't it?
Yeah, and supposedly he voted down the thing that I think his party was doing, or no, is that Fianna Fáil that was doing it? I don't know who does what anymore.
I don't know. I think it was part of their program for government that they'd have a housing czar, and the opposition, I think they also had a plan for a housing czar, so they're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, kind of criticising it. But again, it's typical Irish government where you farm out responsibility to some other agency or civil servants, and then there's deniable or plausible deniability. But the guy who was charged with doing this has said he doesn't want the job because it's a poison chalice, and he would probably be hung from a lamppost if he was spotted on the streets. So they're in a bit of a spot of difficulty. It's like, okay, well, we're in charge of housing, but we don't know how to do it. Let's hire somebody for $500,000. See if he can do it, and then they can just deflect at question time with the press. Well, it's not our responsibility. It's the remit of the new housing czar. Like, it's a typical fucking same old shite. Like.
This is about breaking down the silos, getting the right people around the table, knocking heads together, and not accepting this book passing anymore.
Man.
That's for Irish Water, that's for the ESB. And that's the purpose of the activation office. And being honest, it wasn't my idea, my party's idea, or any other party's idea. It came from the Housing Commission when we brought experts together, and we're going to get this right.
Oh, it wasn't
does it
any of
say?
our idea, so if it goes wrong, don't blame us. Fucking hell, man.
Why do we do this shit?
Housing targets aren't been met. You're now welcoming somebody else coming in to try to sort it out. What does that say about the work that you've done so far?
So yeah, I don't buy into that you're welcoming someone in to sort it out. What you're doing is bringing in expertise.
Oh, God,
man!
Is that not the same thing?
No, it's not. I mean, you've got to, no matter what role you're in, the minute.
Don't ask him, Paddy. Just fucking hold the cunt to account.
Yeah.
But you also have to be willing to bring in expertise, sometimes from the private sector as well, to make sure that we have everybody pulling in the same direction. We've made some progress on housing. That's objectively true. We can all point to hundreds of people every week buying their new home. But you know what's also objectively true? It's nowhere near enough.
And
we have
you're
to get
also missing
300,000.
targets.
Yeah. Now, again, I can tell you, but I've no interest in telling you. I can give you all the lines about how we've done better and et cetera, et cetera. It's irrelevant. The point is we're not where we need to be. And I heard from the people across the
you're in
country,
government,
they've given us another
fucking
shot to
gimp.
get this right. And by how we got to do it, because there's a whole generation of people who are depending on us, and we're up
How
for it.
long has he been in government, by the way? 20 years now?
Him, I think 14 years. I think he's been a politician since he was 15, something ridiculous like that. I think it was 24, I think he was when he was first elected. But yeah, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, between them, have been in government for 14 years. Apparently it takes 20 years to do anything with housing, It takes a long time to build a house. I think they're bringing in... They currently have the big bad wolf. They've brought him in for his expertise, and they're bringing in the three little pigs next week to figure out what's the best way to build houses. Straw.
Not out
wood,
of straw,
brick.
I hear.
Yeah.
Sorry, I stepped all over you.
Yeah, straw is haram. Like apparently.
Yeah, those dirty pigs. Digging it up
in
in
relation to
there.
this, and I don't think there'll be any doubt that we'll be able to find the appropriate people to fill this office. I really don't.
Okay. It's been a year of highs and lows for you. Youngest ever Taoiseach, also the shortest serving Taoiseach. How do both those
That's
things
not good.
sit with you?
Being honest, I've barely had a chance to think it all through and process it. It's been an incredibly busy year. It's been an absolute incredible honour to serve as the leader of my party, to serve in government, to be able to get out of bed every day and go into work and try and make a difference. Life comes at you fast in politics. I had to, again, probably no one, but it's probably worth remembering all that happened during the year. You remember I became leader straight into a local elections, then a European elections, a budget, then a general election, then trying to form a government. So there's been an awful lot that's come at us. But, I'm really enjoying it. These are huge opportunities to try and make a difference, to make a positive impact. And, as you say, highs and lows, but I think if I had told anybody, and I think if anybody
Jesus
objectively was sitting
Christ,
here
it's
last
so
year,
cheesy. It's so fucking cheesy.
Yeah, it's a football interview, isn't it? Like if it was game of two halves.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
The general election. I mean, you were in the lead in the polls going into the general election.
yeah.
It didn't work out the way you wanted. What was the one big reason why you think people didn't vote for you in the numbers that you wanted?
Well, a couple of things. I mean, I think, again, being truthful, politics is all about what time you want to compare it with. You're right. Did we end up worse on the general election day than 2 weeks before the general election? Absolutely. Did we end up in a better position on general election day than we did 6 months previously? Absolutely. I mean,
I'm just thinking
was
from your point
predicting-
of view, you went into that election, you know, and you were, I'm sure, hoping to come out of it as Taoiseach again.
Of course. I mean, you always go into elections. Everyone goes into elections hoping to win. And we did get 458,000 votes. We only had 17 TDs contest the election. I mean, quite incredible. Again, remember, so many people were retiring. I was having to find new candidates right across the country. Didn't have a huge amount of time to get that done. Went straight from local elections and European elections.
You say 17 candidates? How many?
So how many does Fine Gael have then?
No, we're saying they come out with, what? 38 seats. How is that possible?
You know, I'd end up having to rebuild my...
Holy shit!
That's some fuckery right there, considering what do we have? We have an extra 500,000 people on the register, don't we? Didn't that just come out from the Electoral Commission? That there's 500,000 extra people on the
Since
register
last
who shouldn't
time.
be there. Yeah.
That shouldn't be there. Oh,
Shouldn't be there. It's just floating around like in the ether. So that's kind of worrying, you know, but still, we can't discuss the possibility that, you know, something might be amiss, that there might be votes appearing where they shouldn't, like, because everybody's mystified how, you know, everybody can hate these fucking guys. Well, at least everyone you talk to, unless people are, you know, in the closet about being in favour of Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, they can tell you they're gay or trans at the moment, but like, do you support Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael? Oh, yeah, no, I couldn't.
Yeah, you'd
couldn't
be
possibly
murdered
say.
on the spot.
Yeah.
And you know what? Yeah, they have, Fine Gael have 38 sitting TDs.
Okay.
But they only had 17.
Okay. Maybe he made a
Candidates.
mistake. Maybe
He
17
must have.
retired
Maybe-
today, or decided they've had enough. Like,
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
we'll give them
Surely
benefit
that's
of
the
doubt.
answer, but you know, I think
I got it
maybe
wrong.
that.
But the important thing, firstly, you learn from it. You've always got to learn. And secondly, the issue that Charlotte was raising about pay for people in the disability sector today, workers in that sector voted to accept a new pay agreement that is thankfully going to see a much better pay situation for them.
When you look at the lack of school places for autistic kids,
Yes.
at the moment, would you accept that maybe you failed to fix the stuff that you actually wanted to get into politics for in the first place?
It's a really good question, and no, I wouldn't. But would I accept we've a lot more to do? I would. So
Christ, every fucking time, like,
Did he even hear the question he was asked?
no. You know how these fuckers operate. They've been briefed by the PR agent backstage, like, you know, acknowledge every question, ask the same question again yourself, and then talk about something completely fucking different. Ask yourself the next two questions.
my brother into school, and I look at how so many towns have changed, so many schools have changed, how many autism classes have been opened. We're in a vastly better place. Do I also accept that the job isn't done? Absolutely. And one of the things I must say that I find from a lot of parents is when it comes to therapy services, even when they get a school place, they say, look, I got the school place, I think finally, I'm going to be in a better place in terms of my child's well-being, only to realise that they then have to go on a separate waiting list for speech and language therapy, occupational therapy. Only in the last couple of weeks, we've announced a big change to that. We're going to create a national therapy service in education.
announced
for
the big
first time
change.
ever,
Well done,
where if your
well
child gets
done.
a place, firstly in a special school,
So unlike
there'll
the
actually be
Irish
speech and
government
language
to
therapy.
make an announcement. The first time I've heard an announcement being made, I don't know about you. Have you ever heard of announcements or promises or requests? Or like, fucking hell. Unbelievable. Like, how can he sit there with a straight fucking face? It baffles me, like. And this fucking idiot as well, like, just accepting everything he says.
Not a
for
success in
fuck's sake.
anybody's eyes, is it?
Of course it's
Come
not.
on, Paddy,
And
you can
let me
do
be
it.
really clear. I'm sitting here very honestly, truthfully and factually saying there's a hell of a lot more to do.
Yeah, he said that now 8 times, hasn't he? Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly.
Cabinet Committee on Disability It is why we're going to create a national therapy service. It is why we're really beefing up what they call the National Council for Special Education, because no parent should find themselves having to make all those calls and all those inquiries. The NCSE needs to work with them. And I accept there's a lot more to do in relation to that. But that's
Nothing about the extra million people in the country that might be, causing a strain on the services that were already strained. No, nothing to do with it. No committee on that, or is there a committee here? Come on, tell us, Simon.
You're in at the minute, pretty near the top. It's tough economic times. You want to increase defence spending.
yes.
There are problems in housing and health and education. Do you think that's really what people want their money spent on at the minute?
I do, because being honest, it's not a question of either or. If God forbid something happened in our seas, and we all hear about ships in the seas and undersea cables, or if God forbid something happened in our skies, you'd rightly have me sitting in this chair going, why the hell did you not do something about that? I mean, Ireland is the lowest country in terms of spending on defence. We're militarily neutral. I'm really proud of that, by the way. I think it's a part of our values. It's part of who we are as a country. But we still have to make sure we've got an idea of what goes on above the sky and below the sea. And even when we increase defence spending, and we're talking about doing this incrementally over a number of years, it will still be much, much less than many, many countries in the European Union spend. So it's not an either or. You've got to do more than one thing when you're in
I want to
government.
ask you about neutrality. I want to ask you about the triple lock. Yourself and Micheál Martin have been working to remove that triple lock mechanism, which requires UN approval for more than 12 Irish soldiers to go into a battle zone. Why do you want that removed?
Because I believe when the people of Ireland go out and vote in an election and elect people to the Dáil and ultimately then to the government, that the government and the people's representatives should decide where our peacekeepers go. Our peacekeepers, we're not talking about getting involved in any wars here, we're talking about peacekeeping. The UN, something I really value, I think something Irish people really value. But at the moment, it is
I
a
can't
statement
stand
of
his
fact
fucking
that
facial expressions, man.
Yeah. Well, what's his logic here? So when the same thing, isn't it? When the Irish people vote, that's it. When they vote, well then, by proxy, the government has carte blanche to do whatever the fuck it wants. Fuck the constitution. Fuck that. 90% of the people may be against it for right or wrong. But that's the logic of this government for the last 100 years. Once you vote, you're done. You don't get to say anything. Like, you can march up and down the streets all you want. You can have an insurrection, but the important thing is that the people voted for it, and therefore they have carte blanche to do whatever the fuck they want. And I don't think that everybody wants the big thing on their mind is military spending. It's like, what's your top 5 list of demands for the government? Number 1, military spending. We need to spend more money on our military because we need to know what's happening under the water and in the sky. There's lots of things happening under the water and in the sky that I think people might be more concerned about. But I don't think beefing our military spending up to where it would have any positive effect. What are we going to do? Put 2 fighter jets in the sky and a submarine? Is that what we're going to do? We're going to have a pedal boat submarine. It's ridiculous. Like, to get the Irish military up to any level where it could actually do something, either to defend the country or attack another country, is a pipe dream. You're talking, trillions of dollars over fucking decades. So this is nothing more than just basically, splashing out money to arms companies and beating up a European army because, and again, throwing all our military resources at some external battle. So it leaves Paddy at home in a more weakened state. So if something does kick off, well then, I'm sorry, but Paddy's busy over there peacekeeping in Ukraine and peacekeeping in the Middle East. Sure, aren't we popular? And we hand out lollipops all the time on our peacekeeping missions, going back as far as the Congo, and all the way through to our current ventures in the Middle East. Sure, they have shrines built to our peacekeepers, because at the end of the day, we all know war is indeed peace. So we can all be secure in that knowledge that Paddy's over there making sure all the fuzzy wuzzies are well looked after with lollipops and clothing and God knows what fucking else.
Pain-killing medication not being available. And Hamas, let me be clear, is a despicable terrorist organisation. They offer the people of Palestine no future. What happened in Israel on October 7th, the disgusting terrorist attack, all the hostages should be released, of course. You can say that, though, and also say the next thing. That is what is happening
Kill the
to the people
Jews!
of Gaza.
Kill the
Despicable, disgusting. unconscionable and a humanitarian catastrophe. And we've got to continue to do everything we can, every lever in Ireland and at a European level to help bring about a ceasefire.
I think a lot of people would absolutely agree with you
that
on
nodding.
that.
Oh yeah, I'm real
The
serious.
Occupy.
Fuck
Yeah,
you.
he's engaged, he's really listening.
Listening to what he just said there himself.
Yeah, well, it's just the impression of listening, look deep into his eyes, nod, acknowledge everything that he says, and then move on to the next prepared piece of your script.
With the Occupied Territories Bill, but we're also increasing Irish funding to UNRWA, the UN agency that provides humanitarian assistance. We've also, as you said, recognised the state of Palestine. We're also working to provide through the EU funding to the Palestinian
So why not just pass the bill?
So I'm committed absolutely to passing a law in relation to the occupied territories. I'm meeting Senator Frances Black. I was in touch with her today. I'm meeting her next week.
Fucking singer.
I'm not going to pass a law though that won't stand up to legal test. I don't want to do something, and I'm sure she doesn't either. I very much accept her bona fides. I'm not going to do something though that is just to be seen to be doing something. I want to make sure that whatever we pass is legally robust. And do remember, when I was Taoiseach, I was the person who asked the Attorney General to look at this and see if there's a way forward. I believe there is. Been talking to officials in my department on it as recently as today.
How long can it fucking take, man? This is what it is, right? This Occupied Territories Bill it's a piece of currency that's being used between the parties and all this fucking crap. They don't care about a genocide ongoing. They really don't. This is just smoke that they put out to obscure what's really going on in that fucking building, which is fucking nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a talking shop. It really is the students' union. There's nothing they can do. Like, they pass this bill. What then? Oh, Israel comes crashing to its knees. Oh, Jesus, we're sorry. We'll give up the old genocide. But please, 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 send the Kerrygold butter. We can't fucking survive without the Kerrygold butter. Give me a fucking break. It's horseshit.
There's more that needs to be done in relation to that.
I want to talk to you about Donald Trump.
Oh,
yes.
It's 100 days. He said it's the greatest 100
Is that all?
days. It is.
Oh, brave man.
Big turn, man. Big turn.
He says it's a glorious time. It's the greatest 100 days of first 100 days of any president. Do you agree with that, or is he a fantasist?
Well, now in the Department of Foreign Affairs, I'm learning diplomacy, and the people.
I think you might start select in reverse tonight. Then
let me say this: obviously, statement of fact. People of the United States decide who they elect as president. We wouldn't appreciate them telling us who to elect here. Their decision. They had an election. He won the election. He's the president of the United States. We will work with the United States and whoever the people of the United States have elected to get on with the job of making sure that the deep economic, cultural and people-to-people ties continue. And we're at that. But we're also, I do also think we have to be honest with friends. And it's, I think it's easy to turn up in Washington when everyone's getting along great. It's much harder to turn up when you have points of disagreement.
Yeah,
and what I've been doing over the last period of time,
it's harder to be around people
is trying to engage with the new administration. I was over there recently meeting them.
Fuck you.
He's so deep.
Attitudes.
He's so deep.
Christ.
Regardless of who's won the US presidential election, there is a statement of fact. We've had a couple of sunny days here in Ireland, but companies don't actually locate here for the weather. They locate here because they've access to a market of 460 million.
Turn them off.
We're nearly there. We're nearly there. We're nearly there.
Where are we going?
And all of
I want to hear what he doesn't have to say about immigration, that's all.
Oh.
And if he doesn't talk about it, I'm going to find out where the Liberal newspaper, where their fucking headquarters are. Because they promised us last week that fucking Mary Lou Robinson, or what's her name?
Mary Lou McDonald was going to talk about immigration.
Yeah, and nothing happened. And this horseshit again from the Liberals. So if he doesn't talk about it, I'm going to the Liberal. It's probably
I knew the Liberal was bullshit from day one, man.
Yeah, I didn't. I believe everything I see after the first glance. Like, I just take it all as gospel.
every single comment or every single tweet, we've got to take this calmly, slowly, maturely. And the second thing is this. Yes, we're a country that's benefited a lot from foreign direct investment. There's towns and villages right across Ireland. We're grateful for that. We don't take...
Yeah, stuffed to the gills with fucking Indians. Thank you. Thank you for making Ireland a call centre central of Europe, dear Simon. That's an Indian accent, just in case anybody's wondering.
Jobs in Ireland are still created by Irish Indigenous companies. We now have many Irish companies creating jobs in the United States. There's over 700 Irish companies creating jobs in the US. There's many people that have gotten out of bed this morning in America who voted for Donald Trump, who are going to work in Irish companies.
Wow, I couldn't figure it out like that. Did you know that's how people go to work?
Wow.
That they get out of their bed and they go to work.
Right. And they just happened to be in one of the 53% of voting Americans who voted for Trump.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. How do they get to work? Do they have to get into some sort of metal box with some sort of, mechanically propelled device to bring them to work? I'm learning so much from this.
That's what I was going to ask you. What do we think? Compliment or insult?
Well, if the question is, did I use social media to keep in touch with people? I did, and do I recognise that that's where a hell of a lot of people in Ireland actually go now to interact and get information? I did. I think we've got to kind of come out of the dark ages. Sometimes it's said in this sort of sneery way. You're on Simon Harris, he's on the social media. I started using this really during COVID, if you remember, providing updates to people, and I found that's where a lot of people are. And I think if politicians get off that pitch, you just leave it to be filled with misinformation and disinformation.
I don't remember that. Do you remember that deeply traumatizing 2 years where you were imprisoned in your house? I don't.
Time? Do your kids limit your screen time? Do you have to eat your dinner before you get your phone?
How does
it work?
Yeah, it might be a little bit of reverse in my house. Well, what I find having kids, and I have two, I have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old, is when you get home, TikTok teach or not, or whether you're whatever job you're at, there's always more important jobs to do when you're a dad.
Look, we are out of time.
Fuck you!
Yours tonight. Thanks so much for doing this. Simon Harris.
Fuck you, liberal. Punch him in the fucking nose.
You know what? The liberal is one guy.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna find them.
One guy with a website that's full of fucking ads.
Fuck you, liberal. Right, we're done. We're never watching the Late Late Show again. I'm sorry, people. I'm truly fucking sorry.
I'm sure we're all crying out here.
That's just fucking so disappointing. Like, I'll get rid of it. Can't even watch the fucking ads. What are they selling? Oh, some banking horseshit. God, go. Fucking hell. Oh, what an absolute fucking nightmare. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I should know better. I should really know better not to watch fucking RTE. But there's always the hope that at least, one question is asked. But no, not even that. Not even. We got half a question, did we, by Paddy? Or I can't even remember.
It was a question that should have been an argumentative statement of like, those two things are the same.
Yeah, I feel
They're just playing with semantics now.
Yeah, okay. We're done with Simon. We're done with them all. Fuck them. Unless there's a bomb in the Dáil, we're not going near anything to do with RTE politics. We're done. From here on in, we're going to talk about fashion and clothing and stuff like that. I believe fashion and clothing are the same thing, actually. Yeah, Liz, I hear you.
Yeah. And but that's why we put up the trigger warning on the bottom.
Yeah, and Liz, I hope you have some level of KY jelly. I'm sure Simon, you just stole all the moisture from your vagina there, as he's been known to do. I heard he used to work at an otter sanctuary in County Wicklow, and again just sucked all the moisture out of the otters. Like he ended up look like dried fucking shiitake mushrooms. Like an awful man. Yeah, I met him once, and the energy is like Nosferatu. It's just he just sucks the life out of the entire fucking room. Like it's almost chill. Like I think the temperature went down by 4 or 5 degrees when he entered the room. So he's done. So we're done with that. Let's forget it ever fucking happened, and focus on something more positive, which was the big march in Dublin. That neither you or I went to show our support, because no good reason. No, there are good reasons. It's not that easy to get up, and people have responsibilities. But I don't want to sound like I'm making fucking excuses. We didn't go, but many people did. I think the estimates were somewhere between anywhere, depending who you use as a source, but anywhere from 5,000 people to 105,000 people. From the footage I saw, it looked closer to 100,000 people. It certainly wasn't 5,000 people or anywhere near that low ball number. I saw aerial footage. The whole of O'Connell Street was thronged with people. So I could easily imagine it was up around the kind of 100,000 mark. There was some kind of kerfuffle beforehand, and people were, there were certain elements saying that, oh, you shouldn't go because it's a setup, and it's all a big trap where there's going to be running battles on the street, people are going to be pepper sprayed, and there's all this kind of silly infighting amongst various quote unquote nationalist groups, which is understandable, but people have to kind of, I think, get it into their head that that's natural. I saw a lot of people calling for unity, but there needs to be unity. There's not going to be unity. It's a fantasy, and there shouldn't be unity. The last thing you want is unity. When you have unity, you end up with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael for fucking the best part of a century. You don't want unity. You want a battle for ideas, and those with the best ideas will prevail. So give up that fantasy. Stop the silly fucking infighting. It's embarrassing, really. But a big day for everybody. I found it kind of re-energizing to see that amount of people turn up. Not that many people.
Well done if you went there, by the way.
Yeah, it makes us feel like fucking letdowns. But we contribute in other ways, and we will get to other protests or marches, whatever the fuck they're called. I don't know what they are anymore. So then they had a big speech at Custom House, which is the worst place in to have a speech because the acoustics are fucking terrible.
And the narrow road,
Yeah, the narrow road. Then basically you've got a massive river behind, so the sound just doesn't travel very far, irrespective of what kind of PA system you have. So I think 90% of the crowd couldn't hear anybody talk, which is probably the best thing because the aren't great orators, which just has to be stated. But still, a massive day. Government can't ignore it or couldn't ignore it. They did address it. I think Micheál Martin came out and said that he doesn't accept it. The most important thing was, again, that the country is run by those who are elected to power, and irrespective of what anyone else thinks, including the people of the country en masse, it's not important. He'll have nothing to do with a backwards looking notion of nationalism. Then went on to say how the heroes of 1916, they had an internationalist perspective like back at the founding of the state, which is a shock for me, because I thought the clue was in with the party's name, like Sinn Féin. It was a kind of ourselves alone. I believe De Valera's outlook was Ireland would look after itself, and that was the kind of outlook of the majority of those who fought back in those days, maybe except for James Connolly, who was a communist and had an internationalist outlook, but in no way, shape or form was the 1916 Rising.
Well, even the revolutionary socialists in the movement, they were anti-immigration because it drives down native wages and things like that. So even then,
they wanted nothing to do with that. And we're still waiting for that day as well when we actually have a free and independent republic. So we'll wait with bated breath. But again, kind of typical of Micheál Martin and the establishment. Then there was, of course, a counter-protest, as there always is. And in the counter-protest, I think, was manned by People Before Profit, as to be expected. Sinn Féin, Dublin Against Racism, 6 or 7 other outfits. Apparently it was organised by this massive group of, 50 different NGOs and social enterprises, but there was, I think, 50 different groups, but there was a tiny amount of people there by comparison. I think
100 being generous.
Yeah, maybe to give it 200. So they had the front of the GPO, again, heavily protected by a police presence, which doesn't look good. Counter protests, they have a tendency to be on the kind of, the wrong side of history. And I know everybody likes to use that phrase, like on the wrong side of history. But, there's normally counter protests, like we go back to, Martin Luther King, when they wanted black people to be allowed into universities. Now, there's a counter argument to that if you're coming from a particular perspective in America. But yeah, if you're counter protesting people who are, want the best for their own people, who are against, hate speech laws, who value free speech and the ability to express oneself freely against, overreach of a tyrannical government. If you're counter protesting that, there's something fucking wrong with you. But of course, they will never accept that that's anything got to do with the protests. In their mind, all it is the people at these protests, they just want to lynch niggers. Let's put it, in blunt terms. That's what they think. That's all it's about. It's pure and outright racism. That's all it is. They have an issue with the color of people's skin. Maybe some people do. Personally, I don't. I couldn't give a flying fuck. If you're, African, Asian, Muslim, Hindu, it's like, or Polish, it's like, fuck off. My people come first. It's perfectly natural and okay to say that. Irish people come first. And that can even be an Irish black man, because there are Irish black men, there are Irish black women, but not purely by extension that you hold citizenship. It's more than that, So we had that. I think that was a great success. I think it's galvanized a lot of people. It's given everybody a new kind of lease of life and energy. And then counter to that, there was also a protest in Phoenix Park.
A gathering, more like.
Yeah, a gathering. Okay. It was supposed to be a day of direct action, I think. Where people were to go and up to Oris on Uachtaráin, hand a letter into the president. But unfortunately, the president was over at the Pope's funeral. So he couldn't be there to accept the letter. I don't know much about that gathering, but I believe Justin Barrett of Clan na Gael, formerly of
Clan Éireann.
Clan Éireann, is it? Okay.
Clan na Gael is something different.
Okay. Clan Éireann. Sorry, I got confused. There's many name changes in different parties. So he was there. He gave us a speech, as he normally does, and then made his way down to the bigger protest at Parnell Street. And again, I wasn't even aware that he was there. We've kind of followed his progress for a fair amount of number of years now. So we kind of had an eye on him before he came out as a National Socialist. There was a couple of clues, like dressing like Hitler, talking like Hitler, acting like Hitler.
Buying a SS jacket off of eBay and then wearing it outside the Dáil.
Yeah, and then the full SS outfit, bar the colour change and the ill-fitting cap.
And then talking about international finance, wink, wink.
Yeah, but he's comfortable in the skin now, so he's come out full on National Socialist, so he's no longer ashamed of it, which I think is a good thing, You should be, if you're free to be trans, you should be free to be a National Socialist. It seems only fair in my book, and if I was to transition to a National Socialist, if anyone else was to transition as a National Socialist, but then giving that we're an egalitarian society, and these are the qualities and ideals of our democracy, that one should be free to express their opinions no matter what they are, because his opinions just aren't very popular at the moment. But I was shocked because he ran into Ezra. Do you know his surname? Ezra Levant. What a great fucking surname for a Jew. Like Ezra Levant from the Levant.
Yeah, it's like me being Howard, British Isles.
So he ran into Ezra Levant. Now, I don't believe it was purely coincidence. To my mind, Ezra sought him out because Ezra has been following events in Ireland for the last year, maybe 2 years. So I find it very, very difficult to just believe that just happens, Nancy. So happened to cross Justin's path at a particular moment, and then they had an interaction. So I believe we have footage of the interaction. You don't have it queued up any chance, do you? Or,
I do, yeah.
all right, excellent.
All right,
if you can get it up, I'm just going to grab a quick cigarette. It was just behind me, so I just need to go grab some tobacco.
Oh, yeah.
2 seconds.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm just going to hold on here for Morgan to do that before we play. Excuse-moi. Yeah, guys. Yeah, Justin is mad. Yeah, this is the general kind of consensus amongst a lot of people about Justin Barrett. However, he does have support. His ideas have support, you know? He's not entirely just this weird little oddity in the corner somewhere with just a few guys around him, even though at times it does seem like that. I think, and this is why we're keeping an eye on him, you know? Because we have to remember that him and his wife, as far as we know, this has to be, you know, this has to be proven, but we think that him and his wife stole 12 grand from a GoFundMe for a guy who was losing his kids, and supposedly that had something to do with him trying to go to church during COVID. So Rebecca Barrett set up a GoFundMe that raised 12 grand. The goal was 10 grand, and it just kind of into thin air. Nothing was ever said about it again.
Yeah, because we followed the court case as well, didn't we? So the court case was concluded, and then, yeah, you're right, ever since there, it's been radio silence. Then there was the issue with the National Party as well, wasn't there? All that gold that went missing as well.
Yeah. Barrett, on behalf of the party, was hoarding gold, just, you know, like the leprechaun that he is, or the Nazi that he is. You know, it works either way.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame because, like, when I see Justin speaking, all I see is a Hitler impression, you know. When he's performing, when he's not performing, when he's sitting down, you know, to be interviewed, like he's obviously, you know, intelligent and clued in
as well. Yeah.
But it's just there's an element of fucking craziness that just kind of ekes out at the wrong point. This interview, or not even interview, just interaction with Ezra, just kind of it shows the kind of liability that he is now. And it's not like, you know, you could say, okay, well, it's not like what's the guy's name? Is it Ken O'Keefe, who does those kind of undercover investigations in the States? It's not like he was it's not like he was set up or anything like that. So, and he knew who Ezra is, and then just like I'm still kind of fucking shocked by it, to be honest. So if you want to play there, we'll just jump into it.
What the fuck? Is that muted? Why is that muted? Google Drive, dickhead.
There was one strange moment I'd like to share with you. It was sort of crazy. So I was there at the march a few hours early when people were just mustering and milling around before the march started. And I saw someone who looked a little unusual, surrounded by what I thought was maybe an entourage, some of whom had face masks. And I didn't pay much attention to them until I saw a group of police approach them and have what looked like a bit of a stern talk. Like I said, the march was still an hour away.
Tiny.
So out of boredom and curiosity.
Yeah, you can see why people are calling him Littler now.
Yeah, Little as Hitler.
I walked over to the fellow.
Those fucking glasses, man. The way he puts them on as well. He's like something out of Dr. Strangelove, man.
Attention to them until I saw a group of police approach them and have what looked like a bit of a stern talk. Like I said, the march was still an hour away. So out of boredom and curiosity, I walked over to the fellow. and I just asked him what the police said to him. I just was curious. I'm a journalist.
By the way, this fellow, look, he knows who Barrett is, right?
Yeah,
he
there's no doubt
definitely
about
knows.
it.
They both know each other, so
Yeah.
we gotta think about this.
Yeah, and Ezra, he's being chaperoned around the town, so he's not, it's not just him and his cameraman, roaming around there. So you'll see in the interaction that there's people who are, bringing him and introducing him to people. So it makes no sense that he would just happen to run into him. Like, so the word has to get out. Okay, well, Justin is here, or someone pointed out, and that's Justin Barrett over there. You should go over and have a chat with him, or he spotted him himself. But it's hard to believe that he just ran upon him. But that's his job. He's doing his fucking job. Like, okay, let's go interview this guy. Now, you could think, okay, well, if he's a quote-unquote ally, well, then he would just steer clear of him, because that's what I would do, really, looking at the bigger picture. If I was in Dublin city centre and I was going around interviewing people and I wanted to present a movement in a particularly good light, well, then I would stay away from the more controversial figures.
You'd stay away from the Nazi. Yeah,
it's hard to say it because I don't want to believe it, But yeah, he has come out as a Nazi, and so we're safe. There's no slander involved because he's actually said that he's a bona fide Nazi. The Nazi. I would stay away from the Nazi. So Ezra would be, in that sense, a better journalist than I could ever hope to be, because he just sees them. Okay, well, I'm talking to this guy, so let's get it out. Now people will make an argument, because Ezra's a Jew, he's trying to undermine a movement. But if you're going to think like that, well, then every Jew is involved in Mossad. Now I don't know. Maybe Ezra is. I don't know much about him other than the fact that he's Canadian and he's Jewish and he runs this outfit, Rebel News. But he has presented the movement on the right and the issues around immigration in Ireland in a kind of a fair light, if not so much a favourable light. But it probably would have been better if he decided to kind of sit on this one. But you can't, because when you have gold, either gold is so valuable that some people will steal it, but if you come across it fair and square, well, then you have to show off the treasure that you found. So Ezra is more than happy to show the treasure. And the last time I looked at 2 million people had looked at this on YouTube. So let's hope the Jews aren't watching. We're in enough trouble with them as it is.
And holy moly, did I ever not expect the response I got. I was startled. Just take a look. This is the whole interaction unedited. Take a look. What did the cops say?
Don't talk to the Jews.
You don't talk to the Jews.
Like straight off the bat.
Oh, you have to at least give it to him.
Like it takes
balls,
like gigantically. He must be like 90% balls and 10% is just torso and legs. Like, you couldn't get it clearer than that. Like, I don't talk to the Jews. Now, for me, if I was a Jew, that would be the end. I'd be so shocked. I'd be like, all right.
You just walk away. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Like, I wasn't expecting that.
If I went to, say, England and I was reporting on England First rally and a skinhead said, I don't talk to Irish, I would walk away. I'd be like, okay, fair enough. Yeah. But the thing is about Ezra Levant is that Rebel News, it's not blowing up. It's reached its peak years ago. And the general trend for these conservative outlets online is a slow downward spiral, and this gets him clicks, so.
Yeah. Most of our viewers are non-Jewish.
Well, you are, so I don't talk to Jews.
Okay, well, talk through me to my Christian viewers.
Okay, fair. Okay, talk to the Christians I'm talking to.
No, I'm not talking through a Jew to a Jew, near a Jew, around a Jew. You talk to anyone with the letter J, E, or W in their name, be it their first name or their second name. In fact, when I get into power, when I seize power, I'm reducing the alphabet by 3 letters. It's like they would be the first letters to go. J.
And my name will be Austin.
Yeah. Austin. It sounds kind of German.
That's his name now.
Austin.
Austin Barrett.
Austin Barrett.
Oh man, he looks dreadful these days, doesn't he? He looks like a mad little troll.
Yeah, it's the stress of being the Führer, you know. It's even Hitler in his last days. You know, he looked fucking awful.
Yeah.
Hyped up on fucking meth and speed and a cocktail of God knows what. Yeah, the stress has to be getting to him. Like, you know, it hasn't gone well. It's his party's been taken away from him. His fucking pot of gold was, you know, stolen, or he's hiding it. You know, and running a new party as well. It's gotta be stressful. I think that's probably what happened. He probably just snapped. It was probably the pressure of trying to fucking, you know, remain in the closet as a Nazi. It finally goes, fuck it. Like, it's either now or never. I can't hide it anymore. It's like Dr. Strangelove, you know, the fucking hand was just, he couldn't control it anymore. And then just one day he woke up and, no! And he's gone for it ever since. Like, and what are you doing with the gloves on? It's like the fucking warmest day of the year so far. According to RT, the warmest April since 1988, whatever that's supposed to fucking mean.
If he wasn't so short, right, with, you know, the gloves, the glasses, he would look like he's from a Rammstein music video. You know, this kind of quasi NSDAP kind of worship, the stuff that Rammstein does.
Yeah.
Not talking to Jews.
What? Jews. Jews.
My football. I don't talk to Negroes.
Oh, I love the way you just enunciated.
Jews. Like, it's like the venom. Like, look at the way he's staring at him as well. It's like pure and utter disgust. Like,
yeah.
I've been waiting for the day to be face to face with a Jew. Now the moment is finally here.
Oh, buddy. Oh.
I think that's a very rude thing to say.
I'm not concerned as to whether it's a rude thing to say.
I think it's unchristian, actually.
Well, this is absolutely ridiculous that it's unchristian.
Well, I came to you just to ask you.
Our Lord Jesus Christ.
I wasn't there, brother.
And then you're telling...
Isn't that reverb there very weird?
The what?
That reverb that kicked in just there.
Oh, that's me. Sorry, that's me. I put that in there. Like, so.
For fuck's sake, I was thinking, Jesus, is this divine intervention with some kind of feedback with the microphones or something?
No, like that. Yeah. Our Lord Jesus Christ came down, descended, and finally someone is speaking up for me. But yeah, that kind of got me as well. Like, you know, it's like I don't think Ezra was personally responsible. Like, talk about holding a fucking grudge. But yeah, but you know, it's an argument. You know, like, did he, or was it the Romans? I think, you know, we can share the blame out for the killing of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's a lot of blame to go around in that situation. Yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, the person that pulls the trigger is, you know, the one who is the prime suspect, you know?
Yeah, I have it on a good authority that he forgave them as well. Like, so,
why? Yeah, up on that cross, yeah.
At the, you know, the low point, it was like, you know, forgive them, Father, they're fucking dirty Jews.
Oh,
jeez. All right, we'll never get through this.
I wasn't there, brother.
And then you're telling me his blood be upon us and upon our children. Read that.
I think you're a discredit to this movement. I think,
I think you're a Jew, and I think you should go.
I think
you're a Jew, and I think you should go.
I think you're MI.
He's like fucking Simon Harris, right? He thinks of a zinger to say, and it would have been great had he not fucking repeated it like 3 times more. You know?
Did they get a deal on the glasses or something? There must have been an offer on in the fucking Euro store or something. Like they all have the same fucking shades on. And who's this guy here with the fucking leather jacket on? He looked like he stepped
Yeah.
out of a 1970s one of those adverts from Northern Ireland about the provos where they run into a pub and shoot everybody up like he's dressed with the 1970s provo. Fucking hell.
Or George Michael's fucking music video.
Yeah, they need to yeah, that's the second day, Justin. No man can have a moustache. Fuck it. It can't be done like it ended. It should have ended in 1970. And the moustaches need to go. A beard, we're okay. The moustache thing, it's I don't know. Unless you're in your 80s or 70s, maybe you can wear a full grown moustache. But MI5, maybe. I think he would be too much of a liability for MI5. I think he's just naturally Justin, and I think I don't think it can undermine the movement because it's so fucking ridiculous. It's so bananas, and he's so fringe that I don't think anybody could take this seriously. I think if he was on stage, or if his organization was 50,000 strong, had a real presence, well then, it would be concerning. But I don't think he has any real platform, and I think this will ultimately. Well, I don't know if it would bury him or not, because I think a certain type of person will look at it and go, "This is fucking ridiculous. This is comical." But other people might look at it and go, "Well, finally, somebody's saying it as it is." Now you can understand if it was Benjamin Netanyahu or some controversial rabbi who was standing in front of him, but not just some fucking dude who happens to be Jewish. Now I don't know how Jewish he is, but I would pretty much imagine he's probably a secular Jew. I can't imagine he's going to be too religious. I can't imagine there's too many Orthodox Jews floating around doing interviews all over the planet. But we never know. He could be, Ezra could be, Mossad. Justin could be MI5. But we won't know, and probably unless the next 30 years. How long has Justin been around?
The late 90s, I think.
90s, okay. Yeah, maybe another 10 years we can do some freedom of information requests around Justin Barrett, see if he's any connections or if there's any files on him that link him to MI5. But I imagine it would be kind of slim pickings for MI5 if they have to resort to this guy. It's usually someone you wouldn't suspect at all, or be lower down the list. But I don't know. Maybe he is, but I don't get that impression that he's of any real importance for the British intelligence services to be worrying about him, or.
Yeah. So as this video progresses, I want to draw attention to the people who are standing around Barrett that are in his group. It's very clear that they're with him in that exchange. And I don't like singling people out randomly or anything, but, we kind of do need to, critically look at who is around him.
By 6 sent here to undermine the credibility of this book.
I think you're a Jew. And I think you should go away.
This is like
You know what? You're so disreputable that I think that your net effect is to discredit the anti-immigration movement.
The reason that you should go away is because you're a Jew.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, man, really? What does that even mean?
It's childish.
It is. It's literally a childish formulation.
Yeah, it's like, well, I'm rubber and you're glue, except it's like I'm wearing rubber and you're a Jew. Yeah, because what question did Ezra pose to him? I think you're a discredit to the movement.
Yeah,
and rather than address it, even it makes no sense. I think you're a Jew. He's a Jew. So it's not that you think he's a Jew. He is a Jew. So. Yeah, I think he's all caught off guard. I don't think he expected Ezra to kind of respond unemotionally. I would imagine Justin seems to be fairly agitated. It looks like he wants to strangle him with those gloves on. Maybe they're OJ's gloves, like they don't even fit Justin. If the gloves don't fit, you must have quit. You couldn't find a pair of gloves. They're the smallest gloves you can find, and still too big. His fingers actually go to the first knuckle there.
Yeah.
Or no, it's actually lower down. You can see where his fingers are at the fucking just
And
below
it's
the
all
first
crunched
knuckle.
up.
He's getting ready to throw a punch.
Like, that's so
I
extreme.
think you should go.
What's
away
your
with
name?
it. It's not at all extreme.
What's your name?
Justin Barrett.
Well, Justin Barrett, I think you're an embarrassment to Ireland.
No, I don't give a damn what Jews think of me.
Wait, he's wearing his NP jacket.
Yeah.
National Party. Like, what's that about?
'Cause
Was there nothing else that he had in the wardrobe that morning?
Nothing fits. That was his daughter's jacket. Like everything else is just too big. It's the shops, the children's section of Tesco's was closed on that day, so he couldn't find something. Because he still.
He in his speech there, was it last week, where he came out and literally admitted, yeah, I'm a National Socialist. He also said, yeah, that the National Party, that's gone. We're never getting that back. And now here he is wearing their jacket with a Clonairin pin over the NP.
Yeah, well, what I read last was that I think legally he's still leader of the National Party.
Mm-hmm.
And he does have plans to get back to that position,
Yeah, that's not what I'm hearing.
All right, well, you'd probably be more in the know.
Yeah, I have insider sources.
Yeah, I have the Liberal to rely on. My sources are suspect.
Jesus Christ.
What am I going to do now? Like, where am I going to go for research? Like, that's my whole game is busted now.
All right, let's get through this.
You're shaking. Your face is shaking. You look very stressed right now.
No, I know. Well, I don't like being around Jews. I mean, it's a bad feeling.
Well,
I love how understated that is. I just don't like being around Jews. It's a bad feeling.
Yeah, it's a bad feeling. I can't say that. I don't think I've knowingly been around Jews, or have I? Let me think.
I went to school with a Jewish boy, and it was okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, he wasn't very, he wasn't Jewish-y or anything, He was just a kid.
Yeah, I think maybe once, I think I was in a store and a Jew and a Jewess came into the store, and the guy had his little that little hanky on the top of his head where they keep their spare change. I did feel a little bit uncomfortable, like I have to say, only because it was so unusual, like when you see a disfigured child or something like that, you want to look but you shouldn't, so I just stood there staring at the back of his head for maybe 15-20 minutes. What have we got? Ezra doesn't give two shits about you or the Irish. He got his content onto the next. Who was funding our demise, bending over backwards with finance for migrants to buy properties, vehicles, the Jews. Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that really, at all. But I just don't think screaming from the rooftops like this is the way to do it or do anything about it either. Really, it doesn't do anybody any good. And that's not to say people can say, oh, well, then what are you going to do? Say nothing about it. No, well, what you would need first is you would need, hard proof if you're actually going to do something about it. Even if you had hard proof, it's just not going to fly in the world we live in. So, there are ways and means. Again, if we're looking at Ireland as a state, what could Ireland do against Israel? Pretty much nothing, really.
Yep.
Not a fucking thing on any front whatsoever. So it's just it's a bit galling. And like this guy Justin is the guy we just fucking listened to, Simon Harris, is worse because he's actually picking a fight. Like, do I think Israel is worried about Justin? No, not in the slightest. Like they're not going to hold a grudge against them. I don't even think Ezra would hold a grudge against them. Simon Harris, putting it up to Israel, even just to piss them off is embarrassing and dangerous. Now it doesn't mean like, okay, well, if this nation is a threat to Ireland, that it shouldn't be addressed in private. But there's nothing they can do. So if they had any sense, really, they should kind of cozy up to them as best they can, and then do something underhanded. If they can, but I don't think they can. So the best thing probably for Ireland is to keep its fucking nose out of affairs that just don't really concern it.
Yeah. And there's no benefit or detriment either way. So just sometimes the winning move is to not play.
Yeah, and maybe like I said, we know like that. There's Jewish influence in global politics, as there's Anglo-American influence, as there's European influence. So it's a game that none of us are involved in. We're all kind of spectators, But yeah, just Ireland is so far down the food chain that we really should mind our own business and pick our enemies carefully. Otherwise, they may be inclined to finance like mass immigration to one of their enemies to teach them a fucking lesson and cause chaos and then just sit back and laugh. This is kind of the dynamic we're seeing here. Like we see, Justin posturing, and here's Ezra representing Israel is just kind of miffed and bemused, and being a Jew will make money from it, So and Justin will lose money, so, as above, so below. So.
Well, I'm very sorry that you're so hateful, and I'm worried that
I didn't say I hated you. I said I don't like being around you. Well,
that's the same thing.
No,
I'm not going to do that.
Go be Jewish somewhere else.
I'm being a friend of the Irish.
I know we're never going to go through it, but like it's not too much of a stretch to say that Justin does in fact hate the Jews. His hero is Adolf Hitler. Now, irrespective of what you think of Adolf Hitler, some people think, okay, well, he wasn't all bad. There's no actual proof. I think that he actually signed any orders to, execute Jews or to, send them to the camps. And there's a big debate around what actually happened. But if I was going into Paddy Powers and putting a bet on, does Justin hate the Jews or not hate the Jews? Does he just find them mildly irritating, or would he be happy to exterminate them? For Jesus' sake, I'd be putting my money on he hates them. But you're right. He didn't explicitly say he hates the Jews. But generally, if someone, if I approach someone and said, "Hi, how are you?" and they said, "I don't talk to fucking Paddies," I go, "Oh, this guy fucking hates me." And then they blame me for ruining potatoes or something like that.
Fair enough.
You roost their potatoes with your starving shit. I don't know. Plate of shit. I'm talking horse shit.
Go and be Jewish.
And you're a black mark on there.
Jews have never been a friend to anybody except other Jews.
I think you've got some short man issues going on here.
Jews have never been a friend.
More respectable. Okay. That's an Irish man.
Boyfriend, a white knight. Okay. Who are these people? You said we need to look at these people. I'm distracted immediately by the fucking naked bumblebee in the background with the goggles on his head. What the fuck is that guy? Who's that guy? Like, what's he doing there? Like, like, where did he appear from? And we got an Asian dude. Is this an Asian dude behind Ezra? With a mask on? Yeah.
No idea. Or is it just what makes you think he's Asian?
Because he looks Asian. It's the kind of sallow skin and the kind of slitty eyes. Not to be, be un-PC. Yeah, but this dude here, like this must be Justin's bodyguard, is it? Or
this guy?
Yeah.
I've never seen him in my life.
All
He
right.
looks like someone. He looks a bit like the Big Lebowski. What
Yeah.
do you call that guy's character? The Vietnam vet, is he? Yeah.
Yeah. I know the character. I can't remember his. Jeff Bridges is the actor, isn't it, or is it John Goodman? Which one? I don't know.
Jeff Bridges is lead.
Or is it
Little
John
Lebowski.
Goodman?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so I don't know. So he's come in to rescue Justin. So it seemed to be
Mm.
struggling there, and he's taken some sort of umbrage that Justin
Right.
is maybe losing the argument. So he's decided to white knight.
Yeah, on the basis that being told that he's short and is losing his nerve is like this big offense, even
Yeah.
though Justin. No, Ezra is given back as good as he's getting from Justin.
Yeah, he's come down to Justin's level, so to speak. I know it's hard to get down that low, like in real terms or in height terms. But he's now like he's withdrawn from the higher ground, and it's okay. And it's not right to say that you're shaking. Everybody says that when they're trying to intimidate somebody. It's like, why are you shaking? And then you're trying to get him on the back foot. So I suppose if he's his friend, well then fair play. You're sticking up for your friend. But he's supposed to be the fucking Fuhrer. Like, you never saw,
Yeah.
Goebbels coming in to fucking help Hitler out. Like, coming in and saying, like, hang on a minute now. You don't be talking to Hitler like that. Like, he's 6'8". Like,
I suppose, yeah. Well, I mean, no, during like one of their bar brawls, I'm sure it started with someone giving shit to Hitler, and then it all kicked off.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm looking at the later years.
Oh yeah. Well, then if you say anything about Hitler during a Nuremberg rally or something, you instantly get dragged off to the back, and we hear
Exactly.
a loud bang.
Yeah, I haven't told it through.
No, you haven't, and I'm just being mean to you by just tearing that one from you.
No, you're right though. You're right though. Again, I just I haven't studied my Hitler properly. Like, I haven't given it the required amount of thought that's needed. Yeah, so we could be like this. Like, we could be privileged. We could be seeing the early days of the formation of an Irish Führer. Like,
if there is a tendency to when there's a distinct lack of a legitimate counter movement to the degradation of society, let's say, that people tend to look to the absolute extremes because they're the last man standing and they're the last man willing to say some honest things.
Yeah.
And that's how Hitler got in.
I want the guy in the goggles to be the Führer. That would be more fitting for an Irish.
I'd give him my vote. Yeah,
I want him going to the White House next time around, and eating a bowl of shamrock.
And this guy to the left, right? This is just typical like alt-right neo-Nazi headdress. Haircut. Thank you. Jeez, I don't know why I'm stroking out right now. Okay, let's continue.
Talking to him. Don't fucking talk to him that way.
In which way? In what offended you?
You're fucking trying to upset him. You're trying to
the opposite. The opposite. I wanted to find out what the cops. Well, he said a bunch of outrageous things.
What was outrageous?
Well, you're anti-Semitic. Out of nowhere. I just came here to talk.
I'm not anti-Semitic out of
Oh my
nowhere.
God, you're
2,000 years.
You're shaking.
2,000
All 5 foot nothing of you is shaking like a leaf.
I'm not. I'm not.
Disrespectful.
I'm not.
You know, the guy was smearing me in a racist tone. It's just out of control.
Okay.
I think you guys are little wannabe brown shirts.
No,
You just want to be brown
I have
shirts.
no problem with wearing a brown shirt. Absolutely none.
Well, you're in
There's nothing
disgrace.
wrong with National Socialism.
Oh my God.
National Socialism knew how to deal with people like you.
Whoa!
Whoa! Now that
Whoa, buddy! Whoa, buddy! Dude! Oh my God! he thought he was being clever, right? Oh, that's not what I meant. I meant, what, journalists? But no,
No,
he literally just said,
off to the ovens.
"Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh my god!"
We have a ditch with your name on it. Kneel down there. In thy head. And 2 in the back.
Justin wants to make a lampshade out of
There you go, yeah, turn the Ezra off, darling, will you? It's dead. Cutlery made out of his bones.
Oh my god.
I think these 2 guys are lovers. Like the way that guy's talking, that's the way I would defend my wife. If somebody's insulted her, it's like to jump to her defense, like, and how dare you talk to a lady like that? Like, that's the energy I get when he's defending Justin. Like, how dare you? You're talking to an Irish man, don't you know? In Ireland. But yeah, shocking. Like, he did say that, didn't he? Like the National Socialists knew how to deal with people like you. Which I don't know. What else can be inferred from that other than, round them up, stick them in a ghetto, stick them on a train, send them to a camp, and
Whew. Buddy.
Oh, it's always.
You're MI6.
Fed.
You're an MI6.
Fed, Jackie. Jew, go away, Jew.
It's like you're only.
Go be Jewish somewhere.
No, it's.
Oh
it's
my
so
god! Stop it, man! You said something funny. Just leave it there.
Over the
who are the
top.
guys in the
It's
background? What are they?
dis-
They saying oi and oi bay and
Yeah,
goy for goy.
because they're terminally online and they've spent too much time with the alt-right Americans on, fucking 4chan or Discord or whatever it might be, and they've perfected that American accent imitating "Oy vey." Yeah, they think it's really clever.
Yeah. Someone's asked if you've seen Justin's wife. Yeah, I've seen Justin's wife. She's not bad looking.
Yeah, a total fucking mystery that pair is.
It's a second wife, isn't it? Now again, my
Yes.
sources are dodgy, so it may not be his second wife, but I believe it's a second wife. I heard a rumor that she used to be his babysitter. And then he left his original wife for this lady, which is odd because he campaigned against divorce as well, didn't he? And then I think he changed his mind after he realized, well, it's not that bad really if the woman you're married to is an absolute fucking cunt. I don't know if she was or not. But yeah, his wife isn't bad looking at all. A fair bit younger than him as well, isn't it? So it's that charisma. It's that pure charisma, It's like Eva Braun or Eva Braun, depending on your German pronunciations. So maybe she was attracted to the charisma, or it could be a case. Someone said earlier he looks like a jockey, so it could be a case of the smaller the jockey, the bigger the whip. So he could be carrying around like a huge fucking schlong on him, and he's just slaying bitches left, right, and center. I'd imagine at night time when he gets into the bed, that's how he does the Nazi salute for his lady. Sieg Heil, and it just rises. He puts that glove on top of it, like plays the German national anthem at bedtime.
Okay. All right. Enough from you.
It's reputable. It's got to be.
This is about immigration, not Jews.
That's not quite right.
Always an owl cunt who's sticking his nose in where he's not wanted. Like
his giant fucking nose in.
Yeah. This is about immigration, not you. He was minding his own business, you old cunt. Ezra come over to him, and instigated the whole thing. So just shut up and sit back. Like, nobody needs protection. It's a fair fight. Step back and get out of it. He needs to fight Justin's fucking boyfriend there. That would be interesting. Like, they can go off to the side and have a private argument. And the guy with the goggles can referee. Like, he's just circling them now. Like, he keeps moving position. I want to know who that guy is. Somebody tell me who that guy with the goggles is. Need his backstory.
Not Jews.
That's not my point. The man came over to me and I told him to go.
Regardless of what the man is, he's here on a different mission.
That's not. He came over to me.
Yeah, no,
He came
I
over-
wanted.
He came over to me and I told him that I didn't want to talk to him. 'Cause
There's
Quite
our
the
friend
goggles.
there.
Yeah. What's with the goggles, man? Is he just expecting, like, to be pepper sprayed at any moment, or did all the sunglasses sell out? Like, that's all that was left in the Euro store. Skiing goggles.
He looks bizarre, man.
He's carrying a
The
folder.
mustache, the grey hair, the skin tight T-shirt, and the green folder. It's just all very weird, man. Are
Looks
those
like
shorts too? Jeez.
I don't know. Is it shorts?
Now let him go.
I will. I'm just. It's so clear that you're here to undermine the movement.
Yeah. Look, that's what they normally do. We
All right.
break over the way we
All right. All right. Well,
All right, time
I
to
hope
break it
that
up,
you
break it up.
find-
Who is that guy? It's the steward.
So yeah, some steward or marshal, some description. But yeah, people need to stop intervening when there's a decent argument happening. This is the most entertaining thing I've seen in fucking years. This is what the Late Late Show should be. We should have Ezra interviewing guests like Justin Barrett, and that could save the Late Late Show. That's what a talk show's supposed to be about. It's an exchange of ideas. Jew versus Nazi. It's the fucking winner every time. The ratings will go through the absolute roof. Instead of softballing, legacy politicians. I'm horribly distracted by the giant mole on this guy's. And there was another one on his nose as well. But yeah, this is the most bizarre thing I've seen in a long time, and
yeah,
I'm not sure how Justin comes out of this. Again, it's probably not going to affect him too harshly, because I think anybody who's weary to begin with, it was already done. So this isn't really going to affect.
No, if anything, it's going to attract more people to him.
Yeah, there's a kind of emboldened art. He's like, oh well, here's somebody who's willing to, take no shit and tell it like it is, so they'll be attracted to the movement. In fairness, they could probably do with some new faces. Like, these guys don't look the healthiest at all. Half of them look jaundiced. One of them is time travel from the 70s. Not sure who that fat guy is in the khakis in the background. He looks like he's been fishing. He just
yeah. Why do they look all American?
I don't know, man. It's hardly the Aryan race, is it? I suppose it is Ireland, so.
Yeah, it's as Aryan as we get over here.
Yeah, airy, yeah, Aryan.
I think our chat has invented a new word.
What's the word?
Antiseptic.
Antiseptic. There we go.
Oh man, we've made it. We've made it. Our chat room has invented a word.
Antiseptic. Okay, antiseptic. Okay, or antiseptic or skeptic? Septic.
Septic. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Antiseptic. Okay, I'll join that part.
I hope that you. I hope you come to terms with whatever your issues are. All right.
Get it done. Yeah.
Sure. It's just, I think that they're underminers.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No. I just was shocked. I thought who's the. He really is a Nazi. He really is. I think he fancies himself a kind of Hitler mini-me. I had no idea this guy existed. His name, as you heard him say, is Justin Barrett.
Oh man. I mean, when that one came out, I was like, look, guys, it's over.
Yeah.
The SS jacket, maybe he was just trolling, but like when you show up in the Garden of Remembrance doing basically a mini Nuremberg rally, like, come on.
Yeah. And I guess we know who the fucking guy in the mask is now. Considering there was only one guy that size surrounding Justin, yeah. Ugh.
And he runs a party called Clan Aaron, and he's full-on Nazi. His Twitter channel is full of actual Hitler propaganda. I've never seen a guy like this before. His wife also boasts that she just bought their 10-year-old son a copy of Mein Kampf. Wow.
Did you hear about that when it happened?
No.
Yeah, Rebecca, she tweeted out, "Oh yeah, I just bought my our 10-year-old his own copy of Mein Kampf."
All right. Wow. Yeah.
And
Keep that
it's
down.
one of those things that you hear on something like Rebel News and you think, nah, that can't be real. That's a bit far out. But, you know, us being in Ireland, you know, it's, it's easy to fucking know.
Yeah. People don't understand this magical island we live on, this fucking mental asylum that is Ireland, this magical fucking mental asylum. So yeah, never a dull moment. Yeah, who tweets that? Like, you know, it's
Wow. Now, I'm pleased to say that this Justin Barrett was not part of the huge, peaceful, loving, patriotic march against immigration. He sort of had a pout about it, and he had his own rival rally at the same time that attracted.
It wasn't Justin Barrett's own rally. It was just another group that organized it. And yeah, there were, you know, a comparative handful of people there, but there were multiple speakers, and Justin Barrett just happened to be one of them. That's the truth of the matter.
About 25 people, half of whom I'm guessing were police informants. He posted his speech online. I won't show it all to you, but he made a vague threat at the end, sort of like if the government doesn't listen to his peaceful protests, he warned, then violence could follow.
This is bullshit, by the way. What he just said. It's listen for yourselves and judge for yourselves. You know, if you can give Justin Barrett the benefit of the doubt, I think this is appropriate to give.
Here, take a look.
So what are we to do? What are we to do? We will bring our petition. We will play this thing out. We will play it out to the very end. We will petition. We will vote. We will have candidates. We will have political parties. And we will take on the establishment. But if we fail and they succeed, God help them as what comes after us.
What comes after us?
Yeah.
You know, it's, you know, it's what people like Ezra do, you know, they just make shit up.
Yeah, well, you know, your first impression of a person may cloud your judgment on what you're hearing, you know. If your first interaction is like, I fucking hate you because you're a Jew, you should be shoved into a gas chamber. like the Fuhrer did back in the day. Does he have a wooden leg or something? Like he leans at an odd angle. And he's on a hill or something. Like it's just for him. It's a mountain. Like so, it's like a normal person wouldn't lean to keep their balance, but there's a slight divot in the ground there. So.
Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, and I suppose he is right. Like if people think this is extreme, which it is, then the tendency is for the next person to come along is, you know, you can double the extremity, like a crime boss. You know, usually I remember, I think it was Martin Cahill or maybe Ben Dunn before that. He at the time back in the 80s, like the press and the establishment got very upset about Ben Dunn. You know, he was important. Heroin into Dublin, and then he was kind of out of the crime game because the gig was up and it's time to go to prison and all that. And he forewarned them. He said, if you think I'm bad, wait until the next guy comes along. And of course, as it goes, the next guy was twice as vicious as Ben Dunn and his crowd was. So there is a truth to that. Like so,
yeah.
You know, the next, because if it's not solved, it can only get worse. It's not like everyone's suddenly just going to go, okay, oh well, you know, there's nothing that can be done. I'll just sit here and die, you know, and, you know, suffer and watch the country change and morph into something that nobody really wants. When you look at it dispassionately and logically at what the outcome is, you know, I can't say all of a sudden we're all going to go, oh yeah, well, you know, I'll be grand. Sure, it hasn't worked anywhere else on the planet, but it'll be different here. Like everybody will just magically integrate. There'll be no shift in power. And sure, as long as we get to vote once every 5 years, sure, what have you got to complain about, really? And if we get outvoted, sure, that's democracy. It's that simple. Like you got to accept it. You live in a company, you work, and there's some benefits, and that's it. And then it's just left up to the CEO to tell you how to live your life and what laws to abide by, and everything will be grand. And if you could just die when you're in your mid-40s, that would be helpful as well, because we need to free up the houses, because we still can't figure that out. We're waiting on a news czar. We're waiting on a Jewish housing czar to emerge, and they'll sort it all out for us, like fucking bananas.
All right.
Okay. Nobody picking on Muslims in the chat. How dare you? How fucking dare you? That's my gig.
That to show that he was not at the main march for mutual reasons. He hates the main march. They don't want to be tainted by him, the Nazi. I didn't want to emphasize my interaction with him because it was a sideshow with a weirdo, and it certainly didn't represent Ireland or the march. Like I say, he wasn't even in the march. He was just hanging around beforehand. I don't think they allowed him in. Come to think of it, maybe that's what the cops came over to tell him. And maybe that's why he was embarrassed a bit and thought my question was a Jewish trick or something. It wasn't. I was just curious what had happened. And I'm skeptical of police.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, they can't help themselves. It's just how they're wired. Yeah.
Political expression, even radical expression, by the way. As you saw in the video, when I spoke to this guy, I called him a Fed, a kind of agent provocateur, an underminer, maybe even working for the British. I've had a couple of days to think about it, and I'd like to change my mind on that. I think he's actually a true believer. I think he honestly believes he is the next Führer of Ireland. I think he thinks he's going to be their dictator, and I think he thinks it's just a matter of time before he sees his power. I shouldn't laugh. He's like a cult leader, and he has a few followers, including apparently his wife, who, apart from being a Nazi, really seems quite lovely.
That's mean. Like, leave his wife out, but you know, she wasn't there to defend herself. She was busy reading Mein Kampf to the
and this guy's downplaying Justin's sway and magnetism, as ridiculous as he seems, and we're making him seem on this show. We cannot completely discount him, and we should be wary of him, because it's not like Clon Aaron just has maybe like 50 guys signed up and they all look like the freaks that were circling him in that video, you know.
Yeah, someone asked a good question. There's was it Miss Pegina? Oh, Muckalon. That's a great name. Is Ezra out talking to jihadists too? I haven't seen that. I don't know if they will. So I don't know if it's a decision Ezra has made. I think I remember him. I only remember seeing him talking to. I think one woman on the left who was at the canal that time when the tents first appeared. She was from some NGO, but I don't think I've seen him talk to any kind of Muslims in Ireland. I don't think anybody really has. The only time I see anybody talking to anyone from Islam is when they wheel out Al-Qadri every now and again onto one of the talk shows to give them kind of softball questions, and I don't think they'd be willing to engage. Like I've tried to enter into online conversations with Al-Qadri, but he's just not. He's not having it at all, you know. So we may have to go undercover into a mosque at some stage. Bring a body cam or something like that, or a hidden camera, and see what's going on. Get somebody who speaks Arabic. Be a bit of a waste of time, wouldn't it? Going there, like, you know, nobody has a fucking clue what's going on because it's all in Arabic or.
Yeah, and all you see is some Muslim's asshole because the dude's praying.
Yeah, no, my luck, the fucking there'd be an issue with the microphone as well. Like, so, like an hour and a half of just footage, silent footage of what it's like to be inside a mosque.
Yeah, that'll get clicks anyway.
Yeah, then we can edit it as well, to make it a bit spicy.
Speaking of which, my arsehole. All right.
You got a twitchy bum, have you?
The main march organizers intervened after a couple minutes, as you saw. They didn't want me to engage with them, which was probably wise on their part. I think they were worried that an interaction with him would overshadow the march, or maybe they were worried that I would think he was with them. I knew that he wasn't. This kook, Justin Barrett, really is a Nazi, and I think he may be a little bit mentally ill. He's a little bit delusional, wouldn't you say? He's got some rage issues, I think. I mean, no emotional self-control. But I think he means what he says. I could see it in his face.
Sorry?
I said he said he's no emotional self-control. That's not true. He has.
No, he's he's doing the thing where he needs to make Justin seem smaller than he is, because he just doesn't like Nazis, and that's understandable. But no, I wouldn't even say he's mentally ill.
Yeah.
I would say that Justin Barrett is, for all his, challenges like we all have, he's actually quite sober-minded, and he thinks deeply about things. He just happens to come to a National Socialist conclusion about things, including about the Jewish people. And I think that's more dangerous than, if he was mentally ill,
Yeah. I think the day that was in it just got to him. It's a great day. There's a massive crowd there. You're surrounded by your boys, and you've been at the meetings, talking endlessly about the Jews.
In the little bubble, yeah.
Practicing on the mannequin, the Jewish mannequin that you bring into the room every Saturday. What you would say to it if you ever seen a real one. And then it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, we have one, lads, we have one. So he has to, okay, here's my chance. And they're egging him on in the background with every oy vey is like a shot of adrenaline, So it just got the better of him, and he just let it kind of all hang out. But if he'd lost control, he would be strangling him,
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It'd be like, that moment where he said, you killed Jesus, he would, that's the time to jump on him and start biting his ear. Going for his jugular vein or something like that, or actually crucify him on the spire, Connell Street. But he didn't lose control. It's just rare to hear somebody who holds those views actually voice them, because we live in a world where it's hard to even get the word Jew out without somebody being called anti-Semitic. And then when you see somebody who's clearly anti-Semitic in real terms, where they just, nah, do you have an issue with Jews? Yeah, fucking hate them, can't stand them, don't like being around them. The stench is overwhelming. It's almost like that Mr. Smith from The Matrix, you people are a virus. We try to classify your people, and you're not actually mammals. You are a virus on the planet. Your time is over. Now is our time. Jew pills, I believe it's called. Red pill, blue pill, Jew pill. Justin swallowed all the box of Jew pills. There's nothing left for anybody else. Okay, all right. I need a cup of tea after all that fucking Jew hatred. Yeah, it's good for the soul, though. It's good to hear someone say it. It's good to have it, to get it out there, because once it's out there, it's like, well, then you should be able to talk about Jewish influence in the world, without everybody being labelled anti-Semitic. So now we have a bar to work to. Like this, we can say is okay, maybe beyond the pale, a little bit, but everything below that is fine, and we can now get past it. So if you ever happen to run into a Jew, you don't have to have this conversation, but you can talk about things in the Middle East, like, do you think it's okay to exterminate a lot of Palestinians? Well, no, not really, but as a Jew, who just goes to work and struggles with the family, there's not a lot I can do about it, and I don't really jive with what my government is doing. Do you agree with everything your government is doing? No, not in the fucking slightest. Okay. Do you suck the blood of children's penises when they're circumcised? No, I don't. Okay. Well, we may be able to have a cup of coffee here. And if the answer is yes, well, then it's like, okay, well, we have to part ways now. Our cultures are just too different. But I think we may come together over the Muslim issue, So, like we spoke about last week, the Jews will make us have empathy for them once the bombs start going off around Dublin, or the churches start catching fire magically, like they have been. So yeah, right. I need that cup of tea before I wander into a Muslim rant. But while we're in the Middle East, we may come back around with like, oh, what's that? McCain chips oven ready. Oh dear God, how dare you?
Oh shit! I didn't get that.
All right.
The chat is spicy tonight, man.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Jew with a chip on his shoulder, huh? Right. Okay.
Oh God. All right, you go off and do your thing. I'm
All
gonna see what I can do about entertaining the folks. I think I might just play a song. Oh my, what's going on here? Okay, if there happens to be any Clutch fans out there, I made a lounge version of Worm Drink. I think this is an appropriate time to play it, given the general area of discussion that we were just through. Back in a bit, folks.
I march no longer. I fight no more. You can send out all the tracks never loved, but I'm done with war. Wind him up, bring him back, conscript deserter. The worm drink is loose. Wind him up, bring him back, conscript deserter. The proof is in the juice. O'Connell's Boulevard, Phoenix Park, TikTok liquor, Thunderbird. And now that we have totally lost all composure, we will wither from exposure beneath the sun. Na 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 na. Wind him up, bring him back, conscript deserter. The worm drink is loose. wind him up, bring you back. Conscriptisata. The proof is in the juice. If you see me at the bottom, please bring me my running shoes. If you see me getting caught up, yet you know what to do. I'll march no longer. I'm done with war. Send out your snivellers, but I'll march no more. I'll march no longer. I'm done with war. Send out your snivellers, but I'll march no more. From the street.
Got my car license.
I used to date in court, but it never felt quite right. The heartache and the drama there, the quarrels late at night. I'd rather wake up early, make a batter that's golden. I prefer pancakes to women, that's the truth I'm holding. Now coffee's brewing softly, the griddle's heating slow. The morning light is gentle, it sets my spirit aglow. While folks are dealing with heartache, feeling broken and spent, I prefer pancakes to women, and I don't pay no rent. There's no second guessing, no mixed signals to sort, just a stack of fluffy goodness, it's my favorite kind of sport. I flip them on the griddle, they rise just like they should. I prefer pancakes to women, they always taste so good.
I love AI, man.
Yeah. You got to put some strawberry jam on your women. You want them to taste like pancakes. Yeah, the country music and AI work very well together, I have to say.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Actually,
Yeah.
a winning combination.
Yeah, country music and 80s synth pop music.
That works well as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I have some breaking news.
Oh.
Nice. I have discovered who our man in goggles is. So I've discovered the next the real Fuhrer. So I'm just going to share the screen. Okay, where are we? Share screen. Okie dokie. Yeah, so this is our man, apparently. Humble, great king. So should we choose a video at random? See.
Oh my God, he just always has the goggles.
Yeah,
So
that's
his brand.
I don't know what the lore is behind the goggles, but they're. I suppose it's a brand, isn't it? Like, so it's kind of clever when you think of it. Like, so you'll always recognize them when you see those goggles. Just a lot of fucking videos, man. Actually, before they get into kind of
How are they doing? Oh my God, one of them is 12K views. Wow,
Yeah,
we
that's
need
what
to get on TikTok, man.
Yeah, 19,000 views.
Whoa, he must have a fucking ego the size of the moon. You know? Who is this guy?
I know, right. Where did we start? Okay, this plant is good to eat and every bit as nutritious as spinach.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. I'm here feasting on jackpot.
Covered.
Ooh, what the fuck?
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Sorry, that's
I'm here feasting on Jack by the Hedge. This is Jack by the Hedge, you know? Tastes a bit like garlic. Are full of all sorts of vitamins. Lovely it is. You know, it's like that. The main leaf looks a bit like an arrow. A jagged arrow, look. It's full of all sorts of minerals and it's all natural. Tastes like a little bit like garlic. And, for a bit of flavour. Look at this.
What the fuck is that?
This stuff sticks to you.
Oh yeah, I know that one that sticks to you. You're walking through it and it sticks to your pants.
Can you eat that stuff, like, or?
I have my doubts about that.
Yeah,
it's beside a road.
I know, right? I just thought I heard a car go by. Like, it's not great.
Like, but this is good for your guts if you have ulcers, hemorrhoids, or anything like that. This will close up the hemorrhoids.
Whoa, buddy.
Is that because it's sticky? Is it like it just?
What's the name of it again? So here, look, Jack by the Hedge.
I don't know any of this. I don't think you should be eating stuff that you don't know the name of, or stuff that grows by the side of the road, or down low, like, you know.
Got the cherry blossom for the growth hormones. Some weights with the bag, and then go out for a swim and a walk and a swim. I burn up load of time. Burn up a kilo.
Fuck, man.
Have a wonderful day. God be with you. Thank you.
God be with you.
Okay, I'm frightened.
Oh man,
that's the kind of guy you fucking you hope if you ever go to prison, you know, you don't walk into the cell and it's fucking he's there, you know, eating the weeds off the windowsill. Yeah, I don't know. I shouldn't cast aspersions because I might run into him and he might fucking eat me or something like. But yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to be eating stuff off the side of the road, especially down low. Like, even I remember as a kid, you know, when you'd go picking blackberries and the likes of that, they would tell you, well, you know, one, we're not going by the roadside, and two, that's where all the kind of the rats and mice and various rodents would be. So, or dogs, you know, they'd kind of piss on them and stuff like that.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'd be all for, you know, foraging, but not at the roadside. It seems not the healthiest thing to be doing, you know. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Okay, should we go for another one?
Yeah, absolutely. We need to figure out who the fuck this guy is.
Right. Anything grab your eye there? So we've
Oh,
Happy
hang
Spas
on.
Day Out. We go for the
Okay.
popular one. Maybe the popular one
Paul
is.
O'Neill has something to say. 5 years ago, nationalists actually had to wear goggles because Antifa used to throw stuff into their eyes. They wasn't like Antifa today. College students, they they use they used to ship in crews from North and Scottish footy crews. Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
I remember those guys back when I was in the kind of socialist circles in the early 2000s. You know, those guys. Yeah, they did. They move around the British Isles wherever they're needed.
Okay, what have we got here? Trinity College Islamic Indoctrination Facility is stifling the Gaels' ability to project defiance or offence. You out of it. Okay.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Okay, we have a listen to that. That's kind of.
Day through Righteous Odds Christian Ministries here, faithful and boundless lines. I'm standing here in Trinity College, Islamic Indoctrination Facility, and I'm looking here at the fascist. This is the fascist, but it has a spear. And if you notice, the spear has been bound in chains. It's only half a spear. It's been bound. The symbolism of this here in the indoctrination center is it's hindering the chains and the broken spear, which is also illustrated in the crucifix, in the pit, in the down in apartheid regime, monument to satanic ritual abuse of children, the Garden of Remembrance. The spear is broken too, and here is where it is bound, and the chains is hindering the Gael's ability to project power or defense. The spear is used for defense or attack in any way, shape or form by the Islamic institutions. The Ignatius Loyola Institute over here, a cave dweller. Muhammad was a cave dweller, and the indoctrination facility here is a broadside of the ship. When Muhammad first got battered by the demon, he was battered in a cave. So you have the two cave dweller institutions, which goes all the way back to the Oracle of Delphi, which is pure paganism. Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, says, "Come out of the darkness into the marvelous light. Don't go into the cave." Yeah. So here, when Adam and Eve were kicked out of the Garden of Eden, they had to live in a cave also. There's a lot of symbolism in there. They got kicked out.
I don't know. I don't remember that part of the Bible.
No, I don't remember that. We had a series on EV Radio years ago now. The Bible study, the Scripture Study Club, and we read Genesis, and I don't remember anything like that.
Okay, I don't know. I suppose it would make sense, wouldn't it? Like if you left the garden, well then you're gonna have to find.
Suddenly you're cold and it's
Yeah.
raining. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, there's a hole in the wall. Let's go in there and call it a cave. I don't know what's happening here.
Yeah, it's schizo Christian fucking truther stuff.
Yeah. So what we had the fasci, then the symbolism of the spear, the chains, and then the link between Islam and the Jesuits. Both were cave dwellers, and then
the Jesuits were cave dwellers?
I don't know. Like I don't remember Francis Loyola. I don't know if it's metaphorically cave dwellers or this needs kind of like 2 hours to fucking parse through everything that's being said. Because strange as it may seem, like there's normally there's a certain truth and wisdom into what initially appears like a strange rant. Or maybe I'm just being kind. I don't fucking know. I just want to go back a little bit.
So you have the two cave dweller institutions, which goes all the way back to the Oracle of Delphi, which is pure.
All right, so the Oracle of Delphi as well. Okay.
Paganism. Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, says, "Come out of the darkness into the marvelous light. Don't go into the cave." Yeah.
Yeah, that
So
sounds like
here,
allegory, man.
Yeah.
Rather than a literal fucking cave.
Cave, okay. Cave dwellers. Yeah, okay. Okay, if we're clear now.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
when Adam and Eve were kicked out of the Garden of Eden, they had to live in a cave also. There's a lot of symbolism in there. It's about kicked out.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if that's allegory or if that's like he means they literally went into a cave, or if it's kind of like is he talking like Plato's cave and
Well, no, he's mixing the literal and the figurative with Muhammad being a cave dweller, right? Because he lived in a cave, didn't he? Or no, he went into a cave to meet the angel Gabriel.
Yeah. So yeah, it seems a strange place to meet a fucking the angel Jibril. Yeah, that's where he met Jibril, and Jibril came to him and gave him a copy of the Quran. And Muhammad said, "But Jibril, I can't fucking read, dude. What do you give me a copy of the Quran for when I can't read?" And then Jibril grabbed him, shook him, and hugged him, and said, "Read." And he said, "But I can't." And then he grabbed him again and said, "Read, Muhammad." "I can't." And then he hugged him a third time. "Read."
Okay.
And then he could magically read. And
yeah,
then he learned the Quran.
Well, I suppose it's the angel Gabriel, so yeah, he could do that.
Yeah, it seems a bit convoluted, doesn't it? Like, okay, well, I have to fucking squeeze you 3 times, meet you in a cave. Couldn't just, find him in his tent and, sprinkle some fucking fairy dust on him and said,
Yeah,
okay.
I suppose it is. Yeah, it doesn't actually make any theological sense that, like, because the angels are the representatives of God in his different forms of powers. So God doesn't need to do magic spells. It's the magicians who communicate with the angels that need to do the magic spells. So yeah, that does sound fucking convoluted. Yeah.
Yeah, that's to them. But every now and again, like Jibril would, I think he maybe gave him it in passages. So he would arrange to meet him every now and again at different locations, and he would give him a new verse of the Quran. It's a complicated, holy Christ, a complicated religion. But yeah, so again, he imparted the gift of reading to Muhammad, and Muhammad was able to, either transcribe the Quran or memorize it and then write it down later after Jibril gave him that gift. So, of course, Jibril traveled from heaven, which I think Islamic scholars have figured out that Muslim heaven is like it's 4 light years away from Earth, which is another mystery, because if Jibril was traveling, it's actual, like they've located it to a location in space.
They're like Jehovah's Witnesses, man. That's weird.
Yeah. So, but again, it's odd because by the time it takes for, I could be wrong on the light years. Like, so again, I haven't prepared,
right?
So I haven't gone to my Islamic.
You can be forgiven for details. Yeah.
So anyway, the calculation was that in order for Jibril to get from heaven to Earth to communicate with Muhammad, airtime, it would take 2,000 years each time he came to visit Muhammad, and he visited Muhammad numerous times on Earth, but somehow Muhammad was still on the Earth, so Muhammad hadn't aged, but I don't know, maybe the angels they're not temporal, so they can travel. I don't know. It's all bananas. It's all fucking horseshit.
Yeah.
Really, it's a nonsense. All you have to do is talk to a Muslim, for Christ's sake. Anyone who sticks their arse in the air, bangs their head off the ground 5 times a day is inherently bananas. Else needs to be said. Like if you're sniffing someone else's asshole while you're praying to God, come on, for fuck's sake. What's Islam got to do with Trinity College? Like, I don't get this.
It's a weird one. Yeah.
This needs to be like 2 hours and 20 minutes, not. 2 minutes. and
of the
20
grace
seconds.
and the glory of God. So here we have the spear is bound. Now, if you go in the United States Senate, they have an axe, not a spear, in the fascist, and there's one on the Evil Angels up on O'Connell Street, which is an axe. But we're not allowed to project power, and Trinity College is telling you here, we have you bound and change your ability to project power or to project defence. And here is the heart of the Danann apartheid regime's treachery. Follow me.
The Danann, like as in Tuatha Danann, is that what he's referring to?
I think so.
So
Treachery.
he's
Follow
saying
me.
that
Danann
Sorry.
that the pagan gods of Ireland are enslaving us into some kind of anti-Christian nightmare or something. Is that his thing?
To project defence. And here is the heart of the Danann apartheid regime's treachery. Follow me, I'm not delicious, but I might be dead, you righteous odds, Christian.
Oh, nice.
Not delicious, but might be vicious. I'm stealing that. Okay, that was and that was a bit schizoid. And a lot to put into 2 minutes and 20 fucking seconds. Like, so we've gone from, Delphi, Islam, Christianity, Tuatha De Danann, fascist symbolism, Jesus. Yeah, I'm a bit, a little bit fucking lost there, I have to say. Right, I think one more.
All right.
I think that's kind of prison looking stuff right there, but staying away from that.
This is bizarre, man.
Can't wait till we are alone. Yup, the Soggy Moggies. Dua Lipa. Where's the one we saw was popular? 19,000 views. All right, here we go.
This is a call out to all the infidels who have come to wear emerald oils and think they're taking over. I have my family here behind me, and I want you to know, you might see skin and flesh and bone here, but I have the full spiritual armour of Christ on me, the helmet of salvation, the breastplate of righteousness, the sword of spirit, the shield of faith, and the belt of truth, and the shoes of peace. And no man will come here and take these islands from us. We will raise a militia. We will raise a military. We will raise an army against you, and we will drive you out like we did before your forefathers. None of you Muzzy Mongos or you heathen infidels will take what's rightfully ours. I have my family here behind me.
What
and I'm
the
not afraid
fuck?
to fight you, man.
Is this
I'm not
some
afraid,
kind of
and we want
satire?
reparations.
Is this what?
Is that some kind of satire? Like a fella in a fucking wheelchair smoking a cigarette in the background?
I don't know. I don't know.
IB Jamaican videos. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
It's obviously a satire of the Traveller call out videos,
Oh,
Yeah, so I think.
oh, okay.
I
So
think
it
I know
is.
what's happening. Like, so I think that he's a student of the fucking Hickey School of Satire. Like, so he's got his degree from Trinity, and maybe he feels a bit hard done by.
Well, he's doing better than Tag Hickey,
Yeah, and us. Fuck it, I'm taking my
Yeah.
shirt off next week. I'm wearing a pair of goggles. I'm like, this is what it takes. Like,
We want reparations for all of those boys and girls that you raped over there in Britain. And we'll be fighting back. All of us, yeah, we'll be fighting. Isn't that right?
Fucking Keno, man. Jesus Christ. Oh, that is so good.
somebody strap a bomb on that man and put him at the top of a hill and just fucking roll him into a crowd of Muslims.
Oh,
Right.
Jesus.
All right, I don't know. Like, is that a scar? That's a stab scar as well, isn't it?
Probably. Jesus, okay. He's no joke then.
No.
Before you leave TikTok, do you want to see something fucking weird? It might just be up your alley.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I sent the username there. It's Kenneth.therevert27.
Okay.
I know
This is what is this? A TikTok account or something? Is it or what?
Yeah, TikTok account. Yeah, I know it's not exactly thrilling viewing watching people watch TikTok videos, but this one's good.
Oh dear Lord.
Yeah, so he's a clearly autistic dude who converted to Islam. There's one about where he's attending mosque.
Yeah, I found this a few days ago. I've only got 6 videos.
Oh, just 6. All right.
Yeah, these are
the most
top videos,
recent
right?
one there. Yeah.
Okay, 57,000
okay.
views.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's the one. Watch that. Oh, fuck you. Dude.
God,
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So I'm staying at the mosque again tonight, inshallah, and I'm packing a bag, and I want to show you guys what I'm going to bring with me. Opening my window because it's hot in my apartment. This is the stuff that I'm going to be bringing with me.
Oh dear Lee.
Now, I didn't bring a fidget toy last time I went, and it was a mistake. So I'm bringing my dimple, my autism cord, my air defenders just in case I need them,
dear Lord.
my Tasby, my Quran. This Quran has the transliteration, English, and the Arabic text.
Oh, what
a prayer mat that my friend got me.
Is that a xylophone?
And this is called the My Quran Pad. It's by My Salamat. And the only reason why I'm bringing it is it has a headphone jack. And I have wired earbuds, so I can bring this and not disturb anyone. So I can learn my Arabic. So everything's packed in my backpack now. My mom's coming to pick me up on her lunch break. So, inshallah, I'll be going to the mosque for Jumu'ah prayer and staying through the night, inshallah.
They really will take anybody, won't they?
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So I'm staying at the mosque again tonight.
No, sorry, I didn't even know it fucking started again.
Oh, okay.
I'm not used to these 1 and 2 minute videos, so it's like I just think it keeps going. This makes perfect sense. This is the kind of dude who's going to blow himself fucking up, isn't it? It's just come on in, inshallah, here, have a kebab. Here's a backpack. Get on that bus, and fucking Mohammed will meet you there at 6:30.
Yeah. Here's your new backpack.
Yeah.
This one isn't transparent.
Yeah, Spider-Man one. Oh, thank you. See you at the mosque later. And then, come 6:30, kaboom. And it's like, how do these people do this? I don't understand. Like, fucking hell, man. How did that have 57,000 views in one comment?
Maybe this is TikTok because TikTok is like you watch a video and then the next one.
Yeah, true.
And then the next one. It's a different landscape.
Okay, yeah. I think I want to leave now because I think we're setting a bad precedent. I've managed to stay away from TikTok for most of my days, so I think we should.
No, it's just So from now on, this is just where we go to look at weirdos.
Yeah, this is where they're all hiding, is it? They're all on fucking TikTok. Yeah, watch. Give it 2 months, and we'll be doing nothing but watching TikTok. So we'll have condensed the show down to 3.5 minutes for TikTok consumption. Okay, that's fucking shocking. There should be some standards. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to join a religion if you're not fucking compos mentis. Well, that's kind of a oxymoron, isn't it? Right. Okay, stop sharing. Right. Okay, that was a nice venture into TikTok land. I think it's named aptly as well. If that dude, at first, the Irish dude, if you're listening in, I apologize profusely. It looks like he would kill me, like in an act. But I seriously though, I would actually like to talk to that guy.
Yeah,
I have I feel like I said, there's a knowledge there. It might be difficult to get out in 2 minutes, or 2 hours for that matter. But there's definitely there's something there.
And there's some talent there.
Oh yeah, Okay, you can talk to him. I'll referee. I'm like, I'll invite him on, and you can translate. So if anyone knows who the guy is, get in touch with me. Let me know if he has a criminal record, and then we'll reach out for an interview. Okie doke. Right. Do we know where we're going? Or do you want to go back to Shannon, or do you want to touch on something else?
No, I'm as woefully unprepared as you were for this show this week. Sorry about that. You said you wanted to go on to Shannon.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier, like so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
where did we leave
Yeah,
off? They were attacking the fucking. Well, do you have the video? Do you? Did we have actual footage of the?
Yeah, this Twitter feed, Sean's Aviation has a whole series on it, a series of tweets. First of all, let's bring up the van.
Nice.
Yeah, so you know what I mean about concrete fucking pillars.
Yeah, holy shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you need a good amount of force, and that's what I mean by these guys. They were fucking on it. They knew what they were doing, and they had the balls to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of effort for nothing, though, doesn't it? So, well, we're obviously talking about it, like so. Other people will talk about it. Well, make the news tomorrow, probably in a couple of newspapers. But I think that that boat has sailed. Nobody fucking cares anymore because people have other concerns. People are concerned about immigration. Those on the quote unquote right are they're worried about immigration and the trajectory of the country. Those on the left are worried about the far right. It's like, okay, they'll dip into kind of Shannon every now and again, and U.S. imperialism. What this actually does, I don't know. I can't see any real benefit from it at all. It just seems like kind of 10 or 15 years out of place. It kind of caught me off guard. I thought about Shannon altogether. Maybe that's it. To get people to focus back on Shannon.
Yeah,
but it's really it's about the airspace, isn't it? It's about flights carrying weapons for Israel flying over Irish airspace. Again, I suppose as a gesture, okay, yeah, you can't use our airspace. And then it's like, oh no, what will we do? Should we fly around it, or just fly through it and see what happens?
Well, the thing is, when it comes to commercial air travel, a good portion of it comes through Irish airspace because it's the closest to the Americas. So that in both directions, and that's true for military aircraft as well, and that's why they have Shannon as a U.S. military base, pretty much. I mean, it is kind of, even though, no, we're neutral. We're neutral when we're, that we've given up that a while ago now. I think if you genuinely believe deep down in your heart that there's a horrific genocide happening, and there's not enough being done about it, and people don't care enough about it, then you will do stuff like this. You will put the likes of Tag Hickey going into the RT reception to shame, and just fucking invade a fucking airport that has special fucking protection.
Armed military people inside it.
Yeah. You can't argue that, like you said, they drew our attention.
Yeah, and it does take balls, but it just seems an extraordinary fucking level to go to. Well, I suppose it has to be extraordinary to get attention, doesn't it? Especially in this day and age.
Yeah.
So
but like I said, if you genuinely believe that there was a horrific genocide happening, you know, yeah, you would go to the ends of the earth to stop it.
Yeah. But this isn't the ends of the earth, though. That's what I think what has me it's more of a disappointment. That, like, if it was the ends of the earth, like, if that was, like, you know, all encompassing for you, or maybe the plan failed. Maybe the plan was to drive the van further in and to destroy an airplane. Or maybe there's a ditch behind there. It looks like it's kind of it's sunken down, like it didn't make it the whole way through.
Right.
But for me, it would be to, you know, pack the van full of explosives and then, you know, drive onto the runway. Maybe I'm just living in a movie fantasy here, and then explode everything.
Well, chances are you're going to explode when you crash into that barrier.
Yeah, but that's what I want. That's the level of commitment I want from these people. I want them to kill themselves as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, but for me, like, I'll be honest, like, the bigger disappointing thing is it's because the tide has shifted in the country, and I think the left is kind of maybe not the left, maybe it's unfair to say the left, but certain elements, those who are, you know, preoccupied with fucking seeing racists everywhere and, you know, concerned with everything bar Ireland, that they've kind of poisoned the well, where it's difficult to get behind something that you should get behind. Because, you know, many years ago I was down at Shannon as well, doing not similar things, but outside protesting, you know, or, well, more correctly, being late for protests. But nonetheless, the effort was there, you know. And now it's kind of like, nah, you know, it's like, fuck you people. You know, nobody, or at least me, I couldn't really be arsed, and you know, you won't really get my sympathy, because basically, you know, they've been so derogatory and dismissive of anybody who's trying to, you know, draw attention to what's happening in the country, or even sees the danger in it, like, or questions it, rather than just being a mindless fucking zombie and go, no racism, refugees are welcome here, and not questioning the logic of that. Like, you know, I don't think there's very few people who would heartlessly say, you know what, oh, fuck the Palestinians, fuck people dying everywhere, I don't care, let them rot in the ground for all I fucking care. I don't think it's that. I think it's just people go, okay, well, you know, look, can we focus on our own country for a moment? We could do with your passion and your efforts, like, if it was, you know, help us first, and then when we're actually in a position to do something on a global scale, even if that was ever to happen, but something useful and meaningful, other than, okay, you know, inviting everybody around to not your house, to live here until things blow over in the fucking Middle East, you know. And I've heard people using the example, or it was actually placards at the protest in Dublin where people were holding up signs saying, you know, Jesus was a refugee, which is true. But that nigger went back, you know what I mean? He did. He went back to fucking Bethlehem. Like, he went back. That's not going to happen here. They're just going to stay here forever. And the message he had was, you know, one of fucking peace. Turn the other cheek and love thy neighbor and all that good stuff. Not fucking go conquer the world and have many wives and enslave your enemies and take their wives as concubines and, you know, consummate marriages with fucking 9-year-old girls. That was different, you know. But again, that's not to say, well, okay, well, everybody in Gaza can burn in hell because they're dirty, evil Muslims, you know. But yeah, it's just disappointing, because everybody should be able to get behind something on its merit, you know. And it's just this kind of blind follow the leader nonsense on every fucking side, and I don't exclude myself from it either. It just poisons everything, like. So I think in an ideal world, we should be able to say, you know, okay, that's fucking an awful tragedy, but then be adults about it and go, okay, well, what can we actually do to solve it? And the answer is probably nothing. And I suppose from a leftist perspective, you could say, like, okay, well, then we can offer them shelter here, which would be fine. But again, you have to then temper it with, okay, well, what's the reality of it? How many people could we actually take and not have society turn to dust and have everybody at each other's throat. But that just seems a step too fucking far. So I don't know. I have respect for them for doing it because it takes a huge either complete stupidity or a massive amount of fucking courage and balls to do that, to breach a military base for all intents and purposes. Put your welfare seriously on the fucking line. Because if they don't get prison time, I'll be amazed. But again, they are, protesting from the left, and the regime is particularly compassionate and kind towards this kind of activity. You can bet your bottom dollar if it was anybody who was associated with any sort of right-wing politics, it would be good night. People who fucking stole some shit out of shops in Dublin when the riots happened got 3 and 4 years in prison. So we'll see what goes down here.
Right. Yeah.
But in a
It'll be
fair
interesting.
world, these people will be going to prison for
a very long time.
Many years, yeah.
Yeah, because what they did while they were in there, no, zero tolerance for that. Should we look at and see what they're up to?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's their group, Palestine Action Air.
Sorry? Can I make a run for the plane?
I think we should.
Let's go.
I think we're not going to do much.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to be sacrificial, lad. You take this, I'm going to run. Okay, run.
Okay. All right, that was, not very informative. All right, so supposedly they interfered with air traffic control frequency, which is just deplorable. It's reckless disregard for life because, for the most part, pilots rely on being in frequent contact with air traffic control so that, they don't crash into other planes. I don't know how they did it, but they shouldn't have.
You mentioned this to me earlier, off air, and I would be surprised if they were that well prepared that they had equipment that where they deliberately wanted to interfere with communications of air traffic control. Because if they did, well, that's essentially saying that they're willing to put lives at risk, or cause fucking planes to either collide in air or to have issues on the ground. I think if that was the case, well, then they're not going to drive through the barrier and go, hey, it's us, the guys who are trying to take planes out of the fucking air. But one of the videos I watched, I could hear air traffic control, like they had walkie-talkies, and they were listening in to the people talk on air traffic control. So I'm assuming that they were also communicating with each other, or maybe with the tower, through the walkie-talkies. Like they announced their arrival, or I don't know what the fuck. But you can't do that.
No.
Even in Ireland, to have a walkie-talkie, you can only have walkie-talkies that can transmit on certain frequencies and at certain distances, because if you use them outside of that kind of small band, well, then it interferes with other communication systems, the likes of air traffic control and marine emergency frequencies and emergency services, and it causes fucking mayhem. So if you're going to use those frequencies and those channels, well, then you have to be licensed and you have to have permission to use those channels. So I would imagine what these guys have done, and they've bought, walkie-talkies online that basically transmit over all frequencies, and you can pick things up for like 20 or 30 quid on the internet. And they probably inadvertently, through communicating with each other, they've interfered with air traffic control's ability to talk to the planes. And even that's again, you could be forgiven for thinking, okay, well, that's an oversight. Like, how would you fucking know? Like, who's to know? that by simply communicating on a walkie-talkie. But if you're going to go to this, well, in my mind, if you're going to go to this level of action,
Mhm.
then there's a lot of planning that goes into it. So you might want to look up, well, what in this event, like what are the actual laws around communicating and breaching the fence, because no one in the right mind wants to fucking go to prison. You want to draw attention to it, but there'll be very few reasons why I'd be willing to go to prison. And if I am willing to go to prison, well, then I'm making sure that what I'm doing has the biggest effect humanly possible, not just breach some fence, have a day on social media, half a day in print and radio, and then, okay, everybody forgets about you then for the next fucking 4 to 10 years while you sit in prison and rot,
Yeah,
so
there's not going to be any kind of movement to demand your release from prison, like the Rossler 5 or something like that back in the
yeah,
days.
because I think
Yeah,
all
shelter
that kind
movement.
of goodwill for that movement has gone because it's been poisoned by the culture war, which is a shame.
Yeah.
And I'd be happy if all those planes stopped coming through Irish airspace, like international and military, because maybe we might get a fucking day with some blue sky every now and again, instead of having to deal with a fucking mix of contrails and chemtrails or whatever the fuck it is. So I think they're finally coming out now that they're admitting that it's to do with geoengineering. I believe the trials officially start in the UK in the next couple of weeks. That's nice, isn't it? So they've admitted that they're carrying out weather modification trials in the UK. But you can rest assured that there's no. They're using non-toxic chemicals to block out the sun. Everything will be okay.
Can you fucking believe it?
It's unreal, like unfucking real.
Are we watching these little tiny videos from these guys, or
Yeah, let's see what happens. Like,
yeah.
6-5, you're going to have to wait. Sorry, please. Somebody is blocking the tower frequency, so if you just vacate to the 2-3 end and just stand by, please. I'm just trying to try and locate this, the source of this, because the tower frequency is completely blocked at the moment. Q12, Roger, I see you there on the apron. Came across section 28, and you're dealing with the matter at the moment. You can proceed along the grass areas and any of the taxiways as you require. U9, proceed with the taxiway Delta 1, the hotel taxiway, taxiway up 3, taxiway Bravo, taxiway Delta 2, taxiway Charlie, hold short, runway 06. 6-5,
So they mostly just sat on top of their van.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that van look like it smashed through that fence to you?
No, I thought that from the beginning, because there seemed to be very little damage, isn't it, for a van that's gone through concrete pillars? Like, I looked at the front of it there, and there's like there doesn't seem to be like the headlights still intact, unless it was a gentle push. But
no,
you would
there's
expect
no
the front
bumper damage.
Yeah, no bumper damage. The headlights still intact.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, unless it was very gently, like they just, inched forward until it fell over. It doesn't look very secure to begin with now either. Like, I can't imagine those concrete pillars are
very deep.
Yeah. So if you look at the kind of security outside of an iPass center or something like that, they have bomb-proof pillars outside of that, like 8 feet thick. We're here like a military installation essentially, and they've got concrete pillars from the 1960s and a bit of chicken fence. So, but it's nice they brought ladders anyway, like in case they couldn't take the fence down, so they could just climb over.
Right. The frequency being blocked. The blocked frequency may not have been from the activists. Stuck mic is quite common at airports where a mic push to talk button is a bit faulty. Oh, that's reassuring, isn't it?
No, I think they would know. I think air traffic control would Or is this guy from air traffic control? Is he Seamus? Okay, so this is obviously some guy who has a knowledge of aviation.
Mm.
But see, that doesn't make sense to me because, like, they're listening in, or they're at least listening in to the frequency of air traffic control. So, you know, it makes no fucking sense to me. Like, why they would need to listen in. I suppose you want to hear what they're saying, but you know, it's not like they're trying to escape or anything. They're just sitting on top of the fucking van, like so.
Yeah, it's all very weird. And even so, you know, reckless endangerment of life. You know, it doesn't matter whether you intended it or not. You got yourself into a situation where you put others at risk, which is at least manslaughter if someone does die as a result of your actions. So they should be accordingly prosecuted. We'll see in the future.
Okay. Do you want to have a look? We figure out who these people are. This Palestine Action Org.
Okay.
I have their website open here. Just if you stop
All
sharing
right,
that, I'll
I'll
share the
stop.
page.
And yeah, there you go.
Okay. How's that looking? Can
Oh,
we...
that's lovely. That image, Jesus, really endears me to these people. Fucking hell, man.
That's a Palestine Action is a direct action movement committed to ending global participation in Israel's genocide and apartheid regime using disruptive tactics. Palestine Action targets corporate enablers of the Israeli military-industrial complex and seeks to make it impossible for those companies to profit from the oppression of Palestinians. Our main target is Elbit Systems, Israel's biggest weapons producer. For different local contexts, Palestine Action also primarily target weapons companies such as Leonardo, Thales, and Teledyne. Teledyne, is that the technology group from
Terminator?
Terminator? Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Cyberdyne. But it is creepily, yeah.
It's a horrific name, isn't it? Like Teledyne.
Yeah.
Sounds evil. Like, in addition to shutting down weapons, I suppose any weapons manufacturer is evil by definition. Shutting down weapons manufacturers, our campaign also targets companies and institutions linked to them. Okay. Okay, it's just a lot of information on the different targets. Join the resistance. Oh, underground guide. Oh, they've taken it down. The swines. What a bunch of pussies. Like, either that or whoever's looking after their website is letting them down. Let's see, is everything gone? No. All right, they've just strategically taken that down, I imagine then. Okay, that's not Ireland, is it? That's the UK.
Yeah, it looks like an international organization, and AIR is their Irish counterpart. Yeah.
No, we're not donating. Can we join? Join the resistance workshops. I think we should book a workshop. No, I couldn't do it. Okay, yeah, it's pretty standard. Yeah, a couple of ladies, 2 autistic kids, and a gay lad and a cult leader. Yeah, pretty standard stuff.
Geez. All right. So there was another incident at the central bank today or yesterday. I don't know which.
You were inside
in
the Westbury Hotel to protest Gabriel Makhlouf, Governor of the Central Bank, and his appalling role in overseeing the regulation of Israeli genocide bonds right across EU markets. Can you tell us about your experience?
Yeah, it was a peaceful protest to protest against the central bank regulating Israel bonds. The central bank is the linchpin of it for the sale of Israel bonds in Europe. They're funding genocide in Gaza.
Absolutely. We know about the campaign. So tell us about what happened to you today.
We were peacefully protesting. Some of us had just a simple sign saying stop funding genocide. Central bank stop funding genocide. The hotel staff first of all barred us from going into the hall. Then a number of Gardaí came. Then and were a little bit rough. One of them actually stamped on my foot, but I think it was probably an accident.
Oh, God love you.
You
know, it's not like you were, sitting at a bus stop, had nothing to do with anything, and a Garda just came along and fucking pepper sprayed you.
Yeah. With a fire extinguisher's worth of pepper spray. Yeah, maybe the guards need to start wearing slippers just in case they step on some Ellen's toe.
Then a huge number of other guards and the public order crowd came, Gardaí came. They were very, very aggressive. They were absolutely screaming in our face. They pushed a couple of my comrades beside me very, very aggressively. They just screamed in our faces. They pushed us and we just tried to hold our ground to say we were peacefully protesting. They weren't interested to hear that it was a peaceful protest. They pushed people down the stairs. I told them to stop pushing and shoving, that they were endangering people, and they were. And one of my comrades was on the ground outside. It was an absolute overreaction, but it shows, and this is really important, I think, it shows where the guards are putting their attention. They're defending the central bank. Now, is that coming from the government? The government actually needs to tell the central bank to stop funding genocide instead of attacking protesters who are asking the central bank, demanding that the central bank stop funding genocide.
Absolutely. And the government have been doing absolutely nothing since they were elected. They've gone quiet. We know why. The Trump administration is the context of this. But
what does a Trump administration have to do with this?
Yeah.
These people make no sense.
It's an easy out, isn't it? Like, if Trump wasn't there, everything would be different, which it wasn't. It was exactly the fucking same. Maybe Trump's more vocal in his support for Israel. But again, it's just the fucking hypocrisy. Like, so it's okay for, they cheer when anyone on the right gets pepper sprayed, almost, foaming at the mouth, wishing for people to be, brutalized and, if not killed outright or imprisoned, but then can't see the stark contradiction when it's like, oh my God, the police are, taking us out of a building where we were peacefully protesting. Well, it doesn't matter if you're fucking peacefully protesting or not. If you're trespassing at an event where the guards are told, listen, there's an issue here, clear the place out. Well, then, they go and clear the fucking place out. Just because you're a comrade doesn't mean that you're going to, be treated any better. That was quite reserved for the public order unit, given what's gone before. Like, nobody's head was crushed in with a bat, and nobody required stitches in their legs, which is kind of difficult to fuck somebody's legs up so much that they require stitching in the legs, No pepper spray, just unceremoniously dragged out. And she was quite, that was, very soft for her, like just kind of helped her look like they were helping her out of the building.
Poor old lady can't walk herself.
Yeah, for her limp, But again, what did she expect? Like, it's just like, okay, we'll wait till you're finished, and then if you could let us know, we'll hold the door open for you as you saunter on out. I don't think so.
And that whole thing about one of my comrades was on the ground, like she couldn't say that he was pushed to the ground because he wasn't. He put himself on the ground.
Yeah, he just lay there, causing a nuisance. Sure, he should have been kicked out of the building.
Oh yeah, my folders take like a half hour to fucking load all the content that's in them. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, where did I save it? Fuck's sake. When did you say that you have a hard out?
2.
Ah, okay, not that early. Okay.
Were you
Shall we?
hoping it was 12:30?
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Go be anti-globalist somewhere else.
Yeah.
Well,
where's this? Oh, it's just a random photo, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. It originally said go be liberal somewhere else. I should have kept the original, to be honest, because that was pretty tame, to be fair.
Yeah. Look, for these idiots on the fucking left, like, so, just stop it. Like, everybody hates the fucking cops, right? Everybody hates in this sense, everybody fucking hates them, right? Everybody hates the government, like, for different fucking reasons, though, okay? That's the common enemy. So just put the horseshit aside, There's nobody on the fucking right who's actively attacking the left, The problem is it's the issues that the people have a problem with. So they have a problem with mass immigration. They have a problem with their children being fucked with, mentally and physically. Right? And that's really it. And they want to be able to live in a society. They don't even give a flying fuck about taxes or, any real, large issues. They just want to fucking live and be and not have to fear for their fucking safety, their life, and their liberty and well-being, just to voice an opinion that they have an issue with the, demographics of their country changing before their very fucking eyes and foreign people being given precedence over them, okay? And then everybody left it has a fucking meltdown. It's like, oh my God, everyone's a racist. This is terrible. This is ridiculous. Like, they're all concerned with, Palestine this and Palestine that. And, don't protest against the refugees, protest about the government. People aren't protesting about the fucking, just the refugees. It's the whole fucking system. And so what's the logic? Okay, protest against the government, change the government. And who? Vote in Sinn Féin and People Before Profit, and then what? What happens to the refugees then, or these extra people that are in our country? Nothing. We just continue to fucking, more and more people will keep arriving. Like, so I just don't get it. I'm fucking tired of it, man. And the easy thing is probably just to leave the fucking sinking shithole that the country fucking is, That seems like the only logical option the longer you go on, but I just don't know where this fucking ends, really. And again, on the left, I don't see any, mass movement of people. It's just a lot of fucking money and a lot of power, which is bizarre considering they're always fucking seem to be whining about how little power and influence they have. But yeah, I don't fucking know, man. I'm just tired of the shit at this stage. I just kind of I've tuned out from anything. Anytime I hear People Before Profit or Sinn Féin or Palestine Action Group, this, that, or the other, it's just like, my brain just shuts down and goes, ugh, I want nothing to do with it. Which again is dangerous because, they could be making the most sense in the fucking world. But if you side with, murderers and rapists on one hand, and then are all against them on the other hand, depending on their religion, it baffles me. Like, I can't understand the logic where I go, okay, well, this rapist and is okay, but this rapist is fine, So if you're Jewish, it's like, oh, worst in the fucking world. But if you're Islamic and you carry out the same atrocities on a smaller scale, I said, okay, no, they're fine because the real issue is this, and it's just it's not mind-boggling. It's just depressing, is what
it is. It's it's tiring, is what it is. Before we move on, you touched on a good point that needs to be underlined. It's the left that are attacking the right, right? But the right doesn't attack the left because, that's not who they are. It's not in them to just, fucking attack people because of something they're saying or, okay, look at social media and they'd be like, oh, the fucking stupid Palestine protesters. But you don't see counter protests out there protesting against people voicing their opinions and concerns about Palestine. It's what is it? Cry bully syndrome.
Yeah, that's it. There's there's no need for a counter protest because the people don't really fucking care, And a lot of the people who are out protesting, they normally would have been attracted to the left as well. All those people from working class communities, like they would have rallied around people from left leaning political parties, like people before profit, like during the water protests, everybody would have been behind them. Like traditionally, the people would have voted for those parties, and especially Sinn Féin as well. Like, so the working class, there would have been a rather large chunk of working class people who would vote for Sinn Féin. But then, they decided, okay, okay, this is your issue, but it's not our issue. Like we've moved beyond that. The whole fucking narrative around Northern Ireland is gone. So, but we kind of like that. So let's move to Palestine because we freed Northern Ireland. So now let's free Palestine. Like,
yeah, there's a reason why over the last few years we've been hearing chants from crowds in Dublin that Sinn Féin are traitors, because that was their voting base. Yeah.
Yeah, that people feel betrayed, like so.
Shall we move on to maybe Carl Jobst teaching us how to pick up the ladies?
Yeah, let me grab a quick cup of tea. If you want to cue that up, yeah, I'll be back in 1 second.
Yeah, I have it queued up, and we'll listen to another instant AI classic. Because I need to visit the Lethrus. Oh, what can we play? This one will do. Back in a moment, folks.
Drive an old stick shift, a 68 Mustang. With a raw connection, man, I feel every bang. Got my hand on the shifter, foot on the clutch. When I'm on the open road, there's nothing like the rush. Oh, I love my manual transmission, can't you see? It's a real man's ride. It's wild and free. Those boys in automatics, they just don't know what it's like to feel the engine and let the horses go. Back in the day, it was man and his steed. Now it's me and my Mustang fulfilling every need. I control the gears, I'm the master of the road. When I hit that gas pedal, it's like a heavy load. Oh, I love my manual transmission, can't you see? It's a real man's ride, it's wild and free. Those boys in automatics, they just don't know what it's like to feel the engine and let the horses go. A second's notice, I can shift down or up, while those auto boys struggle, spilling their cups. There's a magic in the motion, a power in the glide. With my hand on that shifter, my car and I collide. I can't wait to get there with a 99 in sight. That sweet ice cream cone, it'll make my night. But the journey is the story, the drive is my song. In my stick shift Mustang, where I truly belong. Oh, I love my manual transmission, can't you see? It's a real man's ride, it's wild and free. Those boys in automatics, they just don't know what it's like to feel the engine and let the horses go. Oh yeah. So here's to the men who still shift their own gears, to the ones who ride free and face no fears. In a world of automatics, we stand tall and proud. With our hands on the shifter, we're loud and unbowed. All years to get there with a 99 sight. That sweet ice cream cone, it'll make my night. Oh, but the journey is the story, the drive is my song. In my stick shift Mustang, where will I truly belong?
Yes, I am. Started out as a counselor in Leinster, that was the plan. I joined the party, shook the hand, and now I'm in with the man. They knew I had potential, so they gave me a quick scan. Off to the big house in Dublin, they said. Knocked on every door, made sure I was ahead. Election night came, and I was truly elected. They hoisted me up, quotas all respected, and the party was flush. A cool extra 10 grand from the dollar surprise. Shook hands with the fools and celebrated with cognac and blow. Tried that before, but oh, what a night. you'll be alright. Arrived at the doll, brown envelope in hand. Just photog today, thought this life is so grand. Drank with Mary Lou, Barrett, Carr, and Martin. No one pays the tab, they said you're just starting. Next session at the doll, another envelope for me. Signed off on the bike shelter, good for the air, you see. Then the party took notice, my charm and my wit. You're perfect for a leader, you've got the right fit. Election rolled around and we won it by far. People said I played a blinder, I was now a star. But those brown envelopes, they never stopped. Reminded me daily of the ladder I topped. Ignored the hobbit next door with his dubious ways. School's still unfinished, hospital in a haze. But then Brussels called, said my career's not done. Hiked up the taxes, the people were stunned. Said he made quarters the norm, but the mob got unruly, they were no longer warm. Lost my seat, my ego, bruised and deflated. But Mary Lou said, don't worry, you'll be reinstated. Now as a legal consultant, life's a bit strange, but in a few years, I'll be back in the game. The other party won, but that's quite alright. Mary Lou's my pal, she'll get me back in sight. So here I sit, a senator soon to be. The game's not over, just a break for me. Queer politician, we never truly fall. We just changed the title, but we've still got it all.
All right. You all sorted?
Yeah. Oh, good.
Cool. Shall we jump into Carl Jobst?
Yeah, absolutely.
Jobst. Yeah, he would have been just a dude online to me, one of the many YouTube people out there, kind of famous in his own circle kind of thing. He got his main notoriety or fame from calling out a dude called Billy Mitchell, who was a professional arcade player from the 80s and still going strong. He got to the kill screen in Donkey Kong, which is basically, the way those games worked. It just incrementally increases the difficulty. So what they did to stop that from happening is just put the timer down so low that you couldn't, it's just physically impossible to get through that level. So that was where Mitchell got his fame. But then he fell into disrepute because he was caught breaking another record using an emulator instead of the actual game. So it was like it wasn't the original. So of course it didn't pass the test because there's ways around things with emulators. So this guy, Karl Jobst, he's of German origin, I imagine, from Australia. He decided that he'll center his whole YouTube channel around talking shit about this guy and exposing his cheating. And he went a little too far once. He claimed that Billy Mitchell sued a guy so hard that the guy committed suicide.
Wow.
Yeah. And look, he could have gotten away with saying, look, that this is my opinion, but he stated it as fact. He said, this guy, Billy Mitchell, he hounded this guy for money to the point where he said, yeah, I'm done with life. And he packed it in. Except that wasn't what happened. He wasn't hounding him for money. And the guy came out with a video just before. Well, he made a video before he did the deed, and he put it up on YouTube, probably scheduled to upload after he'd done the deed, explaining the reasons why he decided to do that. And Billy Mitchell didn't come into it. And I think it was his brother that reached out to Jobst and said, that's not true. So what Jobst did was he came out with an apology, a correction, except it was at the very end of a half-hour video about speed running some kind of old game or something. Except it wasn't at the end of the video. It was after about a minute of a black screen after the video, almost like he was avoiding people knowing that he was making that correction. But he thought he was saving his ass there. So what Billy Mitchell did, he just kind of carried on being Billy Mitchell, suing everyone who talked shit about him. And he set his sights on Jobst and sued him in Australia. What the fuck was that? You playing around with the soundboard?
Sorry, yeah. That's funny.
Oh my god, man! I went for fucking drinks with friends, man, and pre-drinks at a friend's house, and I swear to God, I heard that sound, and I was like, I was there 6 months ago, and the sound was like, why don't you just fix that? There's a man in the house who can get up on a ladder and fix that. All right,
that's what we do. The next time we meet up, I'm going to implant a little electronic device in your coat or something that plays that noise, and I can activate it remotely. I was watching. Who was it? I don't know. I think it's just a random video I came across, but some evil cunt had done that. Like, they invented a small electronic device that would automatically play the noise of crickets chirping, at random intervals,
Mm.
and planted it in somebody's house with a battery life of 5 years. So like every 5 minutes, then every 15 minutes, then every half an hour would randomly play like a 30 seconds to 60 seconds of fucking crickets chirping for 5 fucking years. Like, can you imagine how
Oh my
fucking
god.
crippling that is? Like, just, you know,
Yeah.
everything. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? No, I can't hear anything. Can you? 5 fucking years. Anyway, sorry.
It's like that thing where if you piss off your Polish builder, what he'll do is he'll put eggs in your wall. So then when the wall's finished, the egg just slowly deteriorates and stinks up your house.
Oh, people are evil fuckers. That's what Ireland should be doing. That's what we can do. We can send agents over to Israel and plant little, you know, little devices that will slowly drive them fucking insane. Like, play the call to prayer every morning in every Israeli house.
Oh, jeez. All right.
No restraints. Okay. Billy Mitchell.
All right. So
What's this?
Billy-
Sorry, this you mentioned fast running. What's fast
speed
running?
running.
Or speed
Okay.
running.
So yeah, I when I said that, I was like, nobody knows what the fuck that is. All right, so speed running is when you get through a level or a whole game as fast as possible,
All right.
and people have made their whole lives about this stuff. You know, like fucking the most obscure fucking PlayStation 1 game you can think of. You know, or something like that. Because, you know, there's only so many times you can watch someone speed run Pac-Man or Donkey Kong, right? So, you know, there people find glitches and things like that, or people, you know, pause and unpause really quickly to take advantage of frame rates and crazy stuff like that. So that's a big whole subculture onto itself, and there's leaderboards of how fast someone can speed run a level or the entire game.
Okay.
It's intense, man. And it's a very nerdy thing to be so hyper focused on. But hey, if you're doing that on YouTube and you're making a bomb of money, fuck it, go ahead, man. Billy Mitchell, by the way, who has his own signature hot sauce that he sells, Ricky's hot sauce.
What the fuck? Like, what planet is this? Like, Jesus Christ, where's the connection? Like,
so Jobs thought, for some reason, he was operating under American law, since Billy Mitchell is in America, and I guess YouTube is in America. He didn't take into consideration Australian laws around what you call defamation,
Okay.
right? Which are like the UK and Ireland,
Yeah.
you know, very, very, very strict. He didn't take into consideration that, you know, people would be able to grasp what the whole world was about. You know, speed running and all that. He also thought, and you know, this is a viable defense against defamation in the United States, that Billy Mitchell's name was so low in the first place that he couldn't possibly defame him, because this guy is so deep into the speed running world that he thinks that cheating in a video game and talking someone into committing suicide is like exactly the same thing. They're on parity with severity. But to the rest of us in the real world, you know, saying someone convinced another human being to end their lives is actually way up there. So this guy got his life fucking ruined, basically. He has to pay something like $13 million Australian to Billy Mitchell. Very entertaining. And I wouldn't have ever heard of this guy except that, you know, he got his ass handed to him. And maybe we'll, you know, look at the judge's decision statement that he made, because it's fucking hilarious.
Okay,
What
this
we're
Billy
gonna look-
Mitchell guy, does he still have a channel, or?
Yeah, I don't think he has a YouTube channel, but he's on Twitter.
All right.
He's not, he's an old guy like us.
All right. So
only
he hadn't even gone to the whole kind of YouTube thing or any of that. Like he just
No,
no.
I
Okay.
don't think so. No, he's definitely not with his face out there.
Alright.
He's of the prestige where, big TV networks make documentaries about him.
Okay.
He's not. I think in his way of seeing the world, which we're familiar with, is that social media and YouTube, that's beneath him.
Okay.
So. Yeah, this would just be another guy on YouTube to me, except for this, right? And someone unearthed Carl Jobst's prior foray into the internet. In another life, he was a pickup artist, teaching other men how to pick up women. And we're going to take a peek at this one. His first video, I'd imagine. First in a series, because he teases many more in the series to come. Just, tell me out there, guys, would you approach women like this?
Hey guys, it's Carl here. In this video, I'm going to demonstrate a simple and easy approach you can do if you're looking to overcome your fear of approaching women.
It's great. This is maybe fucking, 10, 15 years ago? It aged like fucking milk, man.
Yeah, it's like those what do you call it, the fucking flaps you see on the back of truckers' rear wheel tires, where they have that Playboy bunny figure. Okay, approachhernow.com. Lovely.
Yeah. As far as I know, approachhernow.com, it has been bought by somebody else, and they've just embedded this video into it.
All right.
Because it's funny. Oh my god, look at that cover.
Why is there two lesbians on the cover?
Oh god. Yeah, in a clear porno scene.
Yeah, they're soaking wet as well, are they? Like
yeah,
wrestling. What's it say? Approach her now. How to get over your fear of approaching women. All right.
All right, you're reading the website, yeah?
No, I'm just reading the book. Like.
Oh right. The book cover. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was so focused on those two women, I didn't even know that there was words there. I mean, that's pretty raunchy. I like that. But he didn't hire those two women to strike that pose and hire a photographer to take that photo. Surely, I would hope
that's Photoshop. Like, it's not even a fucking real book, is it? Like, I doubt. Given how he looks already, it's like, I don't think he could fucking be difficult for him to approach a PS2, let alone a woman. Like, imagine having much success. Like, especially these two women on the front cover. Like, he ain't getting anywhere with those two women other than the other end of the screen was dick in his hand. Like, that's about it.
All right, guys. Now I'm going to show you a few approaches.
The shaky camera.
Yeah, it's not happening. Like, that's not what women want. Women don't want an albino. Especially with an Australian accent as well. It's hard to pull off.
Well, I mean, when you're in Australia, I mean, it's just normal.
Even then, it's not possible.
Oh, God. Actually, he is looking fairly Aryan there. I bet his grandfather was in the SS or something back in the homeland.
Maybe just the S. He didn't make it all the way. No, he's too Aryan. It's drifting into fucking albinoism.
Right. Maybe.
Yeah, he's not a pickup artist.
No. Well, as we'll see.
And then afterwards, I'm going to break down exactly what happened. Let's go. Hey, sorry, I don't want to bother you guys. I just want to say I think you are really, really cute.
Oh, thank you.
Have a
She's
good night.
adorable, isn't she?
Yes, very adorable.
She's not cross.
Oh, what a retard!
Uh-huh.
He actually was in there.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking her friend was helping him out, and he just bottled it and walked away.
Yeah. And you know what? I get it. He's just trying to demonstrate the cold approach, right? But you know, he is who he is. You know, like if I was doing what he's doing, you know, and I got that reaction, I'd forget I'm making a video instantly. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Because that's the most success he's ever fucking had. He wasn't expecting it. Like, so he normally goes up, says, "Hi, how are you?" Or "You look amazing. Can I just say you look amazing?" And they go, "Oh, thank you." Like, and inside they go, "Yuck." But on this occasion, it actually fucking worked. But he didn't know what to do because it's never actually worked before. This is the first time it's actually bore fruit. And rather than just stay there and engage and, you know, actually have a success, like that's the worst kind of fucking approach to women, is just, you know, some random dude walks up out of nowhere, especially an albino, by himself, like, and just, you know,
fucking Jeffrey
interjects.
Dahmer.
Yeah, it's like
Like,
he's better off going up and licking the side of her face or something, you know. Like, hello, darling. But yeah, just rewind it back because it actually fucking worked.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, and that girl's fat friend was, you know, trying to beckon him back, like.
Hey, sorry, I don't want to bother you guys. I just want to say I think you are really, really cute.
Oh, thank you.
Have a
She's
good night.
adorable, isn't she?
Yes, very adorable.
She's not cross.
He walked away. What a fucking idiot. Jesus Christ, like.
Did he approach these women later and say, "All right, sorry, I was making a video. Can you sign this release for me?"
No, he just slithered off into the shadows. Like, and then went home and, you know, made up some fantasy in his mind and masturbated about it. I can't believe that, like. Even if he's making a video, like, you know, unless he's got women, you know, left, right, and center, he's so many women that it doesn't really matter that, you know, he managed to let one slip away. But I can't imagine he's going to have much success with this approach. But like I said, this is just the intro, isn't it? It's just to get people accustomed to walking up to strange women and saying hello and giving them a compliment.
If he had stick-to-itness back then, he would have made more videos in this series where, you know, then he shows the next phase of picking up a woman.
All right.
But since I haven't come across it, I don't think it's out there. I think he just kind of gave up. I think that's all he can do or could do.
Yeah, I'd say he saw other pickup artists and goes, "Okay, I'll give this a try."
Yeah, it's a grift.
I know, and it's refreshing for a pickup artist video because it's normally, you know, the opposite direction. It's like, "Hey, what's with the turn in your eye, you retarded looking cunt?"
Negging.
Yeah, let me punch you in the forehead. Oh, please marry me. But again, yeah, for a pickup artist, because this guy does nothing kind of outstanding, you know, like, so he's just kind of dressed a mishmash of, you know, casual stroke dress. Like, what's he got? A leather coat, just a normal pair of black trousers and some dress
black
shoes,
jeans,
and dress shoes, which is not a great look, especially if you're an albino, you know. You want to get something that draws away from how fucking pale.
Yeah, a white suit.
Yeah.
You know, if he really was a pickup artist and, you know, he actually knew this shit, what he should have done in that interaction when the fat one put her arm around her friend and says, "Isn't she adorable?" He should have said, "No, babe, I'm talking about you."
Yeah. Well, not
You know?
that. Like you don't want to fuck the fat one, like you know.
Well, look, if you are watching pickup artist videos and aping them, take what you can fucking get, man.
Yeah, but he had the prize. Like he had the good looking one. Like, and the fat friend was actually giving her away to him. Like, it was like, here, take the bitch.
Do you really actually believe that, though?
Yeah.
No, she was setting her friend up to fail because she was going to draw him in, keep him around for the night, and then slowly chip away at her more attractive looking friend so that he'll just, gradually kind of gravitate towards her because, that's the only thing going.
No, but no, you see, because if he's a true pickup artist, like, how many of them there were? 4 of them?
3.
In total, was
Yeah.
it 3? Well, 3, 4, remember, like, they would have taken them all. There's 4 in there, so like 3 fat ones and a thin one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got 4 of them there, like, obviously on some sort of stag night. Otherwise, there's no need to be dressed as an Indian and a sailor, you know. But yeah, so he would have had a hotel room waiting. It's like, all right, come on, let's go back to my place for some drinks, or even if you didn't have a place, just book a hotel room and then stick them with the bill at the end of the night. Like, just got to go to the car for a moment and then skedaddle. But he could have had his way with all 4 of them.
Yeah.
But no, he's gone home with nothing.
God, I wouldn't mind a night in a hotel room with the 4 of them.
Oh yeah, well,
a few bags of Coke and
maybe a couple of hours, like
whiskey.
Yeah. After you've come, it's like shut up. I'm done. Like the night's over. I'm going home. 4 women, like fuck that. After coming back to a hotel room with you, that means they go back to a hotel room with just about fucking anybody. I don't mean you personally. I mean either you or I or any random albino walks up to them on the street, like if they'll, if they're willing to settle for him, like it's probably just some random fucking wino, and they'll go home with him. But I can't believe he dropped the ball like on the first attempt, Yeah.
All right, let's see more.
Yes, very adorable.
Shoot lots across.
Hey guys, I don't mean to bother you. I just want to say I think you are really, really cute.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
You got nothing.
Yeah, and you can see the disappointment as well. Like the body language,
even through the low resolution pixelation. Yeah,
you can the slump. You can see that he just go back there. It's a pity we can't watch it in slow motion. You can see his shoulders dip. Twinge in his heart a little bit.
Slow mo there. I think we can. No, we can't slow.
I just want to say I think you are really, really cute.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
Yeah, go back there for a second. This guy is so uncharismatic that even watch people who walk by him yawn in his presence. So just play it there again. Watch the guy to his left there.
Really, really cute.
Like, oh, this guy is so fucking dull. Yeah, that's crushing. Like, that's terrible for your confidence to walk up to women and have them go, nah, thanks. Like, at least a fuck you can engage with it and then, enter into the negging phase. But, like, oh, here's a cheesy compliment. All right, thanks. Bye. And then, this isn't pickup artist. Like, this is con artist, shit artist, something. But it ain't no pickup.
Have a good night. Hey guys. I don't mean to bother you. I'm just going to say that I think you're really, really cute.
Oh, thank you.
That's all right. Have a good night.
That's it. Have a good night. Like he's just done a little gig in a fucking pub. That's it. That's my last song. Have a good night.
Yeah, they're talking to him like it's he's a little brother. Their little brother has just come up and told them like, "Oh, I think you're really cute." Oh, thank you. He's so cute. Good boy. Oh, I wonder he'll be a charmer when he grows up. Like, yeah, because nobody fucking does that. Like, nobody anywhere just randomly walks up to strange women and goes, "I think you're really cute," and then turns around and fucks off. It's like, what's the point? It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Like, I suppose you can't get rejected per se because that's it. Like, nobody's going to say, "Oh, fuck you, you horrible cunt. I don't want anything to do with you." It's just like, oh, some dude just gave me a random compliment and didn't bother me. So, okay, all right, thanks. Bye. And then it's like, okay. Now what do we do?
That was weird.
Yeah. Who's that guy? You get his photo in case we see him later and apologies.
Hey guys! Sorry to interrupt you guys. I don't want to bother you. I just want to say I thought you were really, really cute.
She is the most beautiful person I've ever seen. So I
agreed. Thank you. See you guys.
Fucking hell.
They didn't even have a reaction because they were thinking, "What the fuck just happened?"
Yeah, it's about just agreed with him. Yeah, she's beautiful.
The most beautiful.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel awkward like just watching this shit. Like it's almost like he deserves to be sued further down the line.
Oh god, yeah, and you know what? He might actually be sued further down the line because he raised money for his legal defense fraudulently.
Oh god!
He told people he was being sued for saying that Billy Mitchell cheated at a video game, but really he was defending himself against saying that Billy Mitchell talked someone into ending their life.
Oh.
That's a very big thing, and that's a losing case. With the bare minimum amount of research. So there's a lot of people out there who are upset with this guy.
Lovely.
Hey, guys, don't want to bother you. Just want to say I think you are really, really cute. Have a good night.
I get nothing. Like it's
yeah.
It's just a fucking mystery. This is the only video he's done, is it? This is just the one part.
Yeah, I think so. But there is a promo video of like 2 minutes where he's just against a plain white wall, and he's explaining why you need to buy his book.
All right.
Not even very in depth, He doesn't go into detail about what you'll learn or anything like that.
All right, so this is the promo video. Would you like to be able to give women random compliments and then walk away? Sign up to my one-part program. Here's how you do it. Step 1, walk up to random women. Step 2, give compliments. Step 3, walk away. What the fuck, like?
Hey guys, sorry, I don't want to bother you. Just want to say you are really, really sexy.
Sorry?
I just want to say you are really, really sexy.
God.
Imagine having to repeat yourself.
Yeah, I know. He's up in the ante now as well. It's he's sexy now. Right. Okay. Maybe this is the next step. It's just the compliments are a little bit risque. Yeah. I think she said walk. It's like, did he just really fucking say that?
Yeah. All the other streets were equally as noisy. Yeah. That you're right.
It's like, what?
Fuck.
Yeah, what did you fucking say?
Say that again.
Yeah, it's one step away from saying I'd like to stick my dick between your tits. I beg your pardon? What did you say?
Yeah, it's kind of like when Justin Barrett says, "Go away, I don't talk to Jews."
Yeah, I don't talk
and
to
Ezra's like, "What?"
What?
Oh, he heard what Justin said. He's just like, what did you just say?
All right. What did you say? Let's see. Did you say thank you or?
I guess that's the mystery.
I just want to say you're really, really sexy. That's all right. Have a good night.
Backdoor conversation.
All right. A nice close up of his dick. Perfect. Fucking hell. Or lack thereof. Look at that. That's the smallest bulge I've ever seen in my fucking life. Look at that.
Thing.
That's a clitoris. No, the thing next to it, like the next to it, it's like, oh no. I don't know.
Oh, you mean that?
Thing, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not going to throw any shade because I'm not doing too well in that department myself.
Who puts the camera there, though? Come on, just stuff your fucking jocks if you're going to point the camera at your crotch, like.
Yeah, stuff a sock down there.
Yeah.
Have some dignity.
Hey, excuse me, guys. Sorry to bother you. I just wanted to say I think you are really, really cute. Have a good night.
Look at this fool. Listen to him.
I think you are really, really cute.
You fucking retard. What did they do? Did they stay and talk? No.
Have a good night. That's all right.
Thanks.
Oh, God.
Oh, this is great. I mean, like, okay, I'm being forgiving by saying, okay, this is just step one, but man, this is such a bad step.
Yeah, because it's where do you go after that? It's like, okay, and what? Like, where do you go from there? Like, you walk up and hi, I just want to say you're I think you're beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should have sex. What do you say? No.
You know,
no, I don't know anybody. Like, maybe some people just walk up to random women in the street and pay them a compliment and then end up sleeping with them. I don't fucking I can't see how that works. Like, it's just it's a fucking mystery to me. It seems it would be easier, like, wait until you're inside. Like, it seems to be, the downtown area where there's a lot of kind of, restaurants and nightclubs and pubs. Yeah. Go inside rather than accost people on the fucking street as they're either going into a nightclub or having food. It just seems the wrong place to try.
Yeah, it's not the venue at all. No.
Yeah. It's like if someone walks up to you on the street like that, it's normally somebody who's working for a bar, who's trying to get you inside.
Yeah.
Come in and buy some drinks, not to just hand out random fucking compliments to boost the women's confidence. Is it? I don't know. It's just a fucking terrible idea.
Yeah, actually, this isn't good practice, even if you are, spray and pray, right? Just, approach 100 women. One of them will, give you a bit of an opportunity to get to know them and, talk to them and go further. But if there's a bunch of guys going out there just randomly cold call approaching women and saying that they're beautiful, I mean, women, they're overinflated enough,
Yeah, this is just terrible. This is like advice that his father gave him or something. It's like, have you got a girlfriend yet? No. Why not? Oh, I just can't. I don't know, Dad. I just can't talk to them. It's easy. Just go up, pay him a compliment, and Bob's your uncle. And he's taking it fucking literally. Like, he hasn't moved beyond that. So.
I see.
He's convinced now that he's slaying women everywhere because he's yet to be rejected from his this magical stance where you can't be rejected because there's nothing to fucking reject. I don't know. And this is the best bits as well. Like, so this is God knows how long he's been out in the street doing this. Maybe a couple of fucking hours. Probably the first 3 hours has been just actually trying to build up the confidence.
Oh, yeah.
To go
I never
the women.
thought of that even.
How awkward is this? Like, to do that, like, even in normal circumstances, if, a guy who's not used to having success with women just to even forget that, even just to approach a woman in any situation with the intent of betting her, it seems fucking bizarre and stressful enough, you know? It's like, okay, I'm going to woo you. I'm going to convince you to take all your clothes off, come home with me, and we have sex, you know?
Not in that order, though. That would be rude.
Right. But then to do it in this setting in the you know, the middle of a fucking street. So I'd love to see the full tape, or you know, where he walks halfway up, then comes back.
The outtake.
Yeah.
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 Brilliant.
All right. Okay. There can't be more. How many of these fucking women does he approach you like this?
It must be another 10.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Judging by that, we're not even 2 minutes in.
All right.
It's a
Okay.
5.5
Let's have a look.
minute video. Yeah.
Hey guys, don't mean to bother you. Just want to say that I think she's really, really cute. That's all right. Have a good.
Yeah. Look at the dude looking at him. What the fuck do you want?
Yeah.
That's a bad move. Don't go approaching women if they're sitting with another dude, even if it's just one dude. And I notice he was smart enough to not point his gaze towards the one who's sitting next to the dude. But look at her body language. She's leaning all the way away from him. Like making sure, like, yeah, no, you're definitely not talking to me.
Actually, you know what? He did actually approach the one in the middle and look at her, right?
Yeah.
Because that's why he instantly shifted to, I'm saying that she's really attractive.
Yeah, because look at the way the other dude's looking at him. The other dude's ready to fucking kill him, like, you know?
I mean, I have to applaud his, you know, cognitive speed here. You know, he figured out really quick, I'm probably going to die if I don't refactor this approach. Yeah.
Primal. It's just overcome by fear and adrenaline. Just instantaneously look to the other girl. It looks like he shit his pants as well. Like, you got to pull your pants up if you're walking around trying to pick up women.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty baggy there, isn't it?
Yeah. Maybe that's his huge dick. He's just bent it around.
That's all right. Have a good night. Hey guys, sorry to interrupt whatever you're doing there. I just wanted to say.
Sorry to interrupt whatever you're doing there.
Yeah.
Come on.
Knitting. We're knitting here in the middle of the street.
It's so. It doesn't make sense. Is that how Australians talk to each other? I don't think so.
No. It's a couple like, you know, hey guys, what's going on? What are you up to? Or normally, like, who approaches women in groups anyway? Isn't it easier just on a one-to-one basis to talk to a woman? Unless you're with a group of other people, like, it just seems weird. One dude walking up to four women.
But you know what? Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, like, are you seeing any lone women out there?
No, because you'd have to be fucking insane to go out into town by yourself and to try and pick up women. Like, that's a massive turn on off for women to begin with, you know. Oh, who are you in the club with? I came by myself. Just me and my right hypnol. Fucking hell. Like, who goes on the town like that by themselves, like, you know? They're fucking crazy people, or, you know, serial killers, really. Like, it's a Jeffrey Dahmer type thing, you know?
I don't know. I'd go out on the town on my own the odd time just to, you know, not have to fucking listen to some other drunk asshole talk shit while I get drunk and just absorb the, you know, the music or whatever's going on. But I wouldn't go as far as to fucking try to talk to women. Yeah, that's weird.
I don't know. Like, you end up talking to a woman, you know, just, well, I would anyway, just out of it would just happen. I would never go out with the intent of, you know, picking a woman up. Like, maybe at fucking, you know, 15 or 16 or something like that, where, you know,
that's the only thing you're thinking of.
Yeah, you just, you know, try to, or you're in a nightclub, so it's kind of a given that something's, you know, might happen because everybody's pissed, you know.
And it's the end of the night, yeah.
Yeah, and, you know, it's that situation. Everybody's dancing and gyrating and, you know, performing the ritual. So it's like, yeah, okay, let's exchange fluids. and never see each other again. Like, yeah, this is just fucking bizarre. Like, and how he intends to sell this program to other people is another fucking mystery. Like, who in the right mind would pay for the shit? Like,
especially since he's operating in, at the time, a what you call a saturated market. And the other guys, they were, they were pulling in fucking tens of thousands of views and fucking subscribers up the wazoo,
Yeah, because they actually had women hanging out of them, didn't they? And they spoke to them for more than 3 seconds at a fucking time. Like, the women were interested in them.
At the very least, when they were on camera, they had confidence. They had charisma. Yeah, this guy doesn't. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, a certain level, I admire the balls to actually try to do something that you're clearly incapable of doing. I like that about a person. Yeah.
Hey, you are really, really cute. That's right. Have a good night. That's all right.
I'm seeing a pattern here. When there's a group of women, and at least one of them is fat, success. Because you have an instant ally. The fat woman is like, oh yeah, my girlfriend, she's amazing, isn't she?
Yeah. Well, I think there is a pattern. But I think we could take it right that in every group of 3 or more females, one of them is bound to be single. And if, a compliment is aimed at the group, the ones who aren't single will push the single one forward. Almost giving her away, like, to do. Because that's what's happening. It's the same thing, isn't it? Like, so you can see these two seem to be pushing this one. Or maybe is she pregnant? There's something going on there with
this with the bulge.
Yeah. Or maybe
she just might be a bit chubby.
Yeah, I don't know. It's odd looking.
Like those arms, those are, unless she's just a rugby player or something.
Yeah, it looks like she's smuggling a rugby ball on her dress. Like again, it could be just poor.
And then another one in her behind.
Yeah, so that's it, isn't it? It's like she's carrying some sort of alien creature. Yeah. Which is a roll back because it does look like it gives a compliment. They all get very excited and then they push that one at the front, or somebody's being pushed towards them, and then he holds his hands out. No, please don't.
No, thank you.
I don't know what to do beyond this step.
I'm here to fail systematically and make a YouTube video of it. Yeah.
Have a good night. All right, so you just saw me do a few approaches. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened now. So let's break it down into 4 simple parts.
4.
Step number 1, you're going to do something that's called an opening buffer. Now, this is something that basically makes the approach less intense initially. So, for example, you come up and say, hey guys, sorry, I don't mean to bother you.
Is that a thing?
I don't know. Like, who breaks it down like that? Like, who? The only people who break it down like that are, again, psychopaths or fucking autistic people. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I've never thought, like, okay, how do I systematically get a woman to be interested in me? I don't know. It just seems easier. Like, if you're just after sex, it just seems easier to go and prostitute. Just pay for the fucking thing. Get past all that fucking horseshit. Like, why pay, 2 or 3 grand to join up on some shitty program and just, give some fucking prostitute 100 quid and, build your confidence up that way if you need to. Again, why would you want to be with somebody who you've essentially tricked or, manipulated into being with you? Just, be your fucking self. And then if somebody's attracted to that, well then, there's probably a good chance that it will be successful. And if you're having no success with that, well then, you might want to fucking reinvent yourself or something. I don't fucking know. But to systematically break it down into, 4 steps. How can there be 4 steps? It's just like 2 steps or 1 fucking simple step. Walk up and say hello, you look nice. Just create a buffer. Create some fucking eyebrows and eyelashes. How about that? He's a fucking albino. Look at a pink-eyed fucking no eyelash cunt. What's a mascara or eyeliner on your fucking face?
He looks like a rabbit.
Yeah, fucking hell. Well, let's hear his 4 steps. This should be fun.
But, or, hey guys, I don't mean to sound weird, but, so basically makes the...
I don't mean to sound weird,
but...
I'm not racist, but...
yeah. I don't... It's not that I hate Jews, but... Be more like Justin. Just fucking, if you're going down that route, just say, hey, I'd like to fuck you hard in the cunt. What do you say?
You know what?
You probably have more success as well.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I've mentioned this before in the show, but I had a friend who's, probably just fucking deranged and narcissistic. He used to wolf whistle women in the street while I was there. I was not happy with that because they'd turn around, see the two of us, and not know which one of us did the wolf whistle. But then again, he was much bigger than me, so sexism and all. They'd assume that it's him, accurately, of course. But I told him, don't do that around me. And sure enough, he stopped doing that around me. But he said, look, I've had women respond positively before, this works.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. It does fucking work. Like, as I'll one up you, not to deliberately one up you,
right?
But when I was living back in Dublin many years ago, like as a teenager, a big enough group of us would go into Dublin city centre, go into bars and what have you, even though we were underage. Maybe I would have been probably 15, and my friends normally older, so they would have been anywhere from kind of 17 to kind of 20. And there was 3 guys I used to pal around with, and what they would do out of the group would essentially sexually assault women on the street. They would walk, and I'm not kidding you, they would walk up to women, randomly grab them, and start kissing them. Like, I don't just mean a peck on the cheek. I mean, fucking, snogging random women on the street, and fucking half of the women would snog them back. And I was fucking mystified. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, you guys are like, you're essentially fucking, it's the starting point of rape. Like, you're almost raping women in the fucking street. And half them respond positively. I was like, this is fucking bananas. Like, I couldn't do it. Like, no. You should try it. I go, I'm not fucking doing that. Like, I don't want to go to prison, and I'm the youngest guy in the fucking group. Like, but it fucking worked. Like, maybe I should start a video series. Just run up, start fucking whipping women's knickers off in the street. I didn't hear a no. Did you hear a no? Fucking hell. This is how good women have it. Look at the fucking horseshit we go through just to fucking be with one of you horrible creatures. Like, you have it so easy. All you have to do is just be. We have to go to all this fucking horseshit. Like, I saying he's doing the hand fucking mudras as well, is he? Was he in on the early scene with that? What's his t-shirt? It's
unrestrained.
Unrestrained.
It's a scantily clad woman. So that's going to help.
Yeah, it's a psychologist to get inside their head. So prior to this, like, he runs by them really quickly, so it's subliminal. All right. Let's hear. Have you got to step 2 yet, or are we still on step 1?
No. Step 2 is going to come up.
The situation less intense for you, and also for the woman as well. Now, step 2, you're going to give her the compliment. So personally, I like to say, hey, I think you're really cute, but you can really do whatever you want. It doesn't really make a difference either way. Just pick something though that is true. Don't lie and say something just for the hell of it. If you see,
Well, I mean, where's the line there? You know,
Yeah.
like,
Why would you be lying to somebody? Like, if you think they're an ugly cunt, it's like, hey, I think you're beautiful, you ugly cunt.
Yeah, you wouldn't be approaching them.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. It's
Yeah,
like,
it's just such a weird thing. And aren't you supposed to embellish the truth anyway? Am I wrong in that? You know,
yeah. Well, if you're doing this, you're supposed to, you're supposed to embellish and be over
Yeah.
the top. And oh my god, you're the most amazing creature I've ever seen. I can smell your sweet vagina from here.
yeah, because going up to someone and say, "You're all right, but you'll do."
Yeah,
that's not going to work. Maybe it will. I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't tried it.
That's the
Maybe
cutest turn in an eye I've ever seen in a lady.
I don't know. I do like a woman with a gammy eye.
Yeah. Yeah, roses to you don't sweat much for a fat chick.
But I'll bet I can make you sweat.
There you go.
Okay, let's get through this.
something you like in a woman, just go up and say exactly what you think. Now, step 3 is really important, but it's really subtle. So you're just going to say the compliment, and then you're going to observe her behavior for about 1 to 2 seconds. So you say the compliment, then you just look at her, do nothing for about 1 to 2 seconds.
But he didn't do that, though, did he?
No. So I got distracted. I was looking at this fat dude in the background. I hope he knows those women, or if he doesn't, this guy should be learning something from him. So just rewind it back there. Like it looks like this Aboriginal dude.
Yeah.
So he's using the.
Oh.
Yeah, go back. He's using the Biden method. If we watch it slowly.
Right. Like in a woman, just go up and say exactly what you think.
Thumbs over.
Now, step 3 is really important, but it's really subtle. So you're just going to say the compliment.
Oh, well, they know each
That's
other.
it.
But yeah.
That's how you do it. You creep up behind a woman, inhale her essence, then put her in a chokehold and drag her into the alleyway.
Yeah, it's Aboriginal tradition. That's how you pick up ladies. Kind of
Then
like
you
that.
then you bring her back and you throw her out the alleyway and she lands back where it all began. The boomerang method.
But yeah, isn't that fucking ironic? He's explaining his big, complex system, all the while a guy back here is in it, man.
Yeah, and his friend's about to join and get the other one. Like too. It's instantly finding he's here talking shit.
Say exactly what you think. Now, step 3 is really important, but it's really subtle. So you're just going to say the compliment, and then you're going to observe her behavior for about 1 to 2 seconds. So you say the compliment, then you just look at her, do nothing for about 1 to 2 seconds, and basically take in her response and see what she does. Now, the last step is probably...
All right. Were you still watching them, or were you listening?
No, we move on. We move on to this fucking
All
retard.
right, because he wasn't fucking, listening or observing anything.
No.
There wasn't even 2 seconds after the compliment before
No, it's just he was gone. He was eager to get out of there as quick as fucking humanly possible. It's like, okay, I have to do this. And then he's gone. Yeah. It's like he's selling shit on the street, It's like he has to ask 100 people or knock on 100 doors a day.
Mm-hmm.
And he just wants to get through it as quick as is humanly possible and then move on to the next one. So he has this for his video.
It's so sad, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you ever seen a woman reject a compliment anywhere? No. Flattery, they're fucking, it's their downfall.
Yeah.
Probably the most important, which is leave. So you've said the compliment, you've observed her response.
What?
Leave. Get in, get out. As quick as you can.
Whoa, buddy. What the fuck?
Uh,
What's the point then?
Throwing love grenade, you know. Pull the pin out, launch it, and then skedaddle. Get out of there.
Response. Now you're just looking to get the hell out of there. No matter what happens, you're going to leave no matter what. So you can just say, hey guys, have a good night, or have a good day. I hope you, enjoy yourself, whatever you want, and just leave. Now, there are a few important points I want to mention, though.
Wait, but those were 3 steps.
We not get a 4th step, no.
No, I don't think we did. Oh, what's going on here?
So, number 1, this is really a beginner's approach, so it's not meant for advanced people who really know what they're doing. This is simply for guys who just want to overcome their fear and they're having trouble getting stuff done.
Oh, that's what this is about. It's about getting over the fear of approaching women.
All right.
But that doesn't make sense because, it's a red herring. Your fear isn't approaching women. It's being rejected.
Yeah.
So once you get over the fear of approaching women, then you're still going to meet that wall of, well, okay, now I need to take a step further.
Yeah. That's the easy part. Like the easy part is, hi, how are you? You look amazing. And then it's when the woman goes, oh, thank you. It's the next part. That's the difficult part. Like, so, nobody has an issue with the first part.
Mm-hmm.
It's normally, when they look at each other and go, oh, right, thanks. And then as a man, you can kind of pick up immediately, okay, well, where's this going? And the people who give up entirely, it's because they've done that 1,000 times and they don't know where to go next. So it's really, straight to part 2 that he needs to be telling people about. And the thing is, you can't really fucking tell people about it. And if you are, if you're doing it systematically, you're a piece of fucking shit. Because you're essentially conning women into being with you, And personally, I just don't think that's the right thing to do,
No.
Just
No,
be
I
your
don't
authentic self.
think so.
That can be good enough. But yeah, I don't think it should be, trying to con women or, some sort of fucking, what do they call it? Game, isn't it? He's got game. No. This is what the left should be protesting. Pickup artists. Jewish pickup artists causing a genocide on the streets of Australia. Yeah, we can see why he never got past part 1 because the guy's got nothing. This is the furthest he's got himself. Like, and who walks around with a picture of a fucking woman in her underwear on your t-shirt? It's like, what are you doing? Like,
yeah. All right. Do we leave him there or do we?
Yeah, but what else did he say? Like, is that he's got another minute or something, have we? Or
another.
Out, like, he got 30 seconds.
Yeah, another minute and 30 seconds. Yeah.
Second point is, I don't really prefer this environment, so I don't really think it's a good idea to stop people when they're walking. I much prefer, going to a club or a bar inside and talking to people when they're already stopped, so they're already sitting down, or they're just standing around, they're not really moving. I think that's a much better place to do it. The only reason I'm out here is because it's not so noisy, so you can hear what I'm saying. And the third point is, be consistent with it. So, 10 to 20 per night, once or twice a week, and you might have to do that for, a couple of months before you really start to notice the difference.
Wow. Dude, you're going to end up on the fucking every police station in the town,
Yeah.
40 women a night.
Or at the very least, you'll be known as that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that weird dude, like, you've become a local legend, like. There's Jimmy the Gimp, like, back in the town. Like, he's been here for 6 months. He's asked the fucking same women out 15 separate occasions. This can't work anywhere. Like, this is terrible advice for everybody. But he had it there himself. Like, like, you can't do it in a club because it's too noisy. Bollocks. That's what most of the successful pickup artists, that's where they're based, isn't it? On their videos, like, they're always in the club or just outside the club going into the club, then you see them inside the club and they've got a gaggle of women hanging out with them and they're dressed in fur coats and these fucking giant silly furry hats and looking like pimps. That's if you're having trouble with women and you want a condom, look up pimping or dog training. Fairly similar, but not this. Like this is just fucking. It's just sad. This is just some guy who's seen pickup artists and just go, I'll try that. I think there's money in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you gotta have the goods, you gotta have women falling off your arms, not just let me meekly walk up to women, give them some goofy compliment and then run away like a scared boy before you might actually, get lucky. Yeah. Ugh.
But trust me, it is going to happen. What we're trying to do is decondition the brain for that fear response. So, currently, whenever we think about approaching a woman, we get the fear. By doing this exercise, it's going to undo that conditioning. It's going to rewire the brain so that over time, whenever we think about approaching women, we're not going to be so anxious. Okay, guys, so let's recap. Step number 1, go.
Look at that. Just look at that. It's incredible. Just need to freeze on that for just a minute, just to soak it in.
In with a buffer. Step number 2, give her a compliment. Step number 3, observe how she responds. And step number 4, get out of there and leave. Pretty simple. Good luck, guys. Let me know if you have any questions or comments. Let me know how this goes. And also, always remember the most important thing if you're looking to get over your approach anxiety. Subscribe to my channel. I'm going to be giving you a shitload of free good advice. Catch you later, guys.
A shitload. Wow, that's great. Like, sounds wonderful. How long ago was this video released? Did we say?
I don't know. It has to be 10, 12 years ago at this stage. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm kind of wondering, like, so even 10 years ago, would Tinder and the likes that would be around, wouldn't it? Like those dating apps, kind of instant dating apps, would they be around 10 years ago, or is it more recent than that?
I don't know.
Yeah, because in any event, they're around now and they have been around for a while.
Yeah, a while now, yeah.
Yeah, so that negates all that kind of horseshit anyway. Most people don't even have to, go through the tortures of trying to randomly pick up women. They can just, post a picture online of a brief fucking summary of the horseshit that they're putting forward and then interact via text and meet up that way. Or simply go, oh, you look nice. Let's, bang genitals together and swipe left or right or whatever the fuck it is. So yeah, I think the days of this kind of nonsense are well and truly over, thank God. But yeah, even those shoes, like, what are you doing wearing those shoes, those jeans? Like, fucking hell. That would be enough to turn me off as a woman. And women do. Women like a good pair of fucking shoes on a man, They'll look at the feet, but and they're not bad shoes, but not with those jeans, dude. What the fuck? It's like Billy Idol, like a retarded Billy Idol.
Here's the video I mentioned. If we want to just take a short peek at this one, because I know you have hard out, but just get the taste.
Hi, Carl Jobst here, creator of ApproachHerNow.com. And if you're looking to increase your level of confidence around women and decrease the amount of anxiety you feel when you want to approach women, you've come to the right place. I have specifically created this website to help men who want more dates, relationships, and sex in their life, but just can't seem to make it happen because the act of approaching a woman is too difficult. Now, we all know it. If we can just go out and approach, we're going to get a lot of success. And this is true for many reasons. And this is why it is so frustrating when we can't approach. We know that if we can just get over this one obstacle, everything is going to be okay. A lot of things are going to take care of themselves if we can just go out and try to meet a lot of women.
No.
This is actually true. And if we can just get over our approach anxiety, we're going to get a lot of success and quicker than we ever have before. If you found it difficult...
Okay, I figured it out on the Wayback Machine. 2014. So I was roughly right.
Yeah, 10, 11 years ago. How old is Tinder?
Yeah. Yeah, good question.
What year did Tinder come out? 2012. Okay. Yeah, so...
okay. Well, yeah. It was in its infancy, yeah. Wow, Tinder is that old, man. Jesus Christ. That's amazing.
Yeah, this guy, does he only have the one t-shirt as well? It's the same fucking t-shirt, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like one outfit. Like, who would take advice from this fucking guy? Like, I can understand if it's Andrew Tate, talking to guys that are interested in this shit.
Yeah, because he's got a Bugatti. And
Yeah,
he's got
Bugatti,
women.
and he's got the women and the house and the,
Mm.
the muscular body and all that kind of shit. But there's some skinny albino telling you how to pick up chicks. It's like, no. Like, you couldn't even be conned by the guy. Like, it's that fucking bad, like, You should have just, hired a couple of models and... But I don't know, maybe he's fucking genuine, like, because it's a strange grift, isn't it? Like, because I can't imagine anybody bought his shit. How long was the website in operation for? What's the
It
archive?
seems to be gone, 2017. So he held out for a while there.
All right.
I think this is when someone bought the website.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, that's not even. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, he held out for a while there, which I guess is something. So the book is free. It's an ebook.
Okay.
One of those things. Yeah, give me your email address, and I'll send you this fucking piece of shit digital thing. Standard fare. Even today, give me your email, and I'll send you my free introductory thing.
Yeah.
So,
approach anxiety, confidence, the science of confidence, the science of building confidence. Would that not be covered in the science of confidence? Stressors. What are stressors? Analyzing our approach. The workout. Essential articles, and then the closer, online coaching. That's where the money comes in,
yeah. And I bet he got like one or two people,
Yeah.
All right.
Fucking retard who joined the mosque earlier. He probably... What's to say? You will be going out at least once a week, twice if you want to speed up your results. You'll be approaching 20 women in a single session. Oh, excuse me. The session may last as long as it needs to. You will be approaching in a way... Sorry, I'm going to move that. In a way that causes you to feel anxiety, and yet it's still manageable enough for you to actually approach. Simple, right? I will now bring all of the previous pieces of the puzzle together and tell you exactly what you'll be able to accomplish with this. Building muscle metaphor. What? There's already a lot of existing information on how to build muscle. Most of you reading this book will already have a fairly decent understanding of what type of exercises to do and how to do them properly if you want to become larger. For instance, if you want to increase the size of our biceps, we know that we could do bicep curls. We know that
just curls,
we know that we should do approximately 10 or so repetitions of the movement. We know we should use the appropriate amount of weight so that when we reach 10 or so repetitions, our muscle is feeling strained and fatigued. We understand how this process causes our muscles to break down and then rebuild themselves to become even stronger than they were before. We're going to start thinking The same way when it comes to building confidence. I'm going to give you an exercise. I will tell you how many repetitions to do. I will also educate you on how to find the appropriate weight. That after you do the exercise, you were feeling strained and fatigued. Through this systemic way of training, your body will become stronger and you will feel less approach anxiety over time. Well, that makes sense. Like if
sure.
if you've never approached a woman, well then, go approach a woman, it's kind of like, behavioral fucking psychology. It's like, are you afraid of the spider? Look at the spider to a box. Now approach the spider. Now get closer, now get closer, now get closer. Now ask it out in a date. You're cured. Yeah. But, that's just like what your friend would fucking tell you, like, is but in a much gentler way. It's like, just fucking do it. Just go and approach the bitch. Tell her she looks nice. Ask her out on a date. Blah, blah, blah. She says no. Fuck it. Move on. There's a million of them out there, They're all equally retarded. There's a retard out there just for you. You just got to go and grab her,
Jeez. For Steve, who just wandered into the chat there, not knowing what we were talking about, we're talking about a failure of a pickup artist who turned a video game YouTuber and then got sued into oblivion. Yeah. Finding your ideal weight. I mean, that has to be a double entendre, right?
Yeah.
Because I have my ideal weight and, it's a plump woman because, that's my theory, because I don't have a whole lot of luck. And if I punch a little lower, I'm going to get more results,
Don't punch lower, punch harder.
Oh my God, you could be a pickup artist.
Yeah, it's fucking just be your fucking self, like it just amplify it, like Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Except you can't package being yourself in a fucking an ebook for free and then
no.
I mean, sure, coaching. You could coach someone to not feel as, shitty about themselves.
Yeah, you could just fucking get rid of all this shit. Just rename it. Fuck it. That's all it needs to be done. Just fuck it. Like, fuck it. You're on the planet for what? Fucking 80 years, probably at the most, if you're fucking lucky. 40 of those years are fucking productive. You're going to die. You're going to fucking, your back's going to give out. Your knees are going to give out. Your hips going to pop out. You're going to end up in a fucking nursing home, or if you're lucky, you're going to get yourself all tied up in a fucking knot because some fucking bitch, some other human who's probably just as fucking, emotionally fucking crippled as you are, and, the same fucking issues with confidence, because we're all fucking retards at the end of the day. So, yeah, it's just hi, how are you? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you want to do this? You want to go somewhere? Yeah, okay, let's do it. No, okay, fine, fuck it. Yeah. Again, it's not a very dramatic pickup artist type of thing to do, but it's from experience because everybody goes through it. Lack of fucking confidence and overthinking shit and not being able to approach women and what have you. But yeah, women like honesty because it's kind of shocking and refreshing, I think. So just be yourself, That's easy to say, just be yourself. Like, it sounds retarded when you say it. But I think it's better just be at ease, Just recognize that you're a fucking, that you rock, that you're a fucking, a top fucking being, and just stop getting so fucking into our own heads and it's like, oh, well, what about this and what about that and what about this and that and the other. Just think of it as dating yourself. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Listen, I'm going out there and I'm going to fuck myself, and I can't say no because it's me. So try to pick up your fucking self, like, so that's probably a good exercise, isn't it? What would you say to yourself if you were trying to have sex with yourself? Would you be embarrassed? No. Because you're picking yourself up, and at the end of the night anyway, you're going to get fucked because it's all to yourself, are you?
Sorry, I just had the vision of having sex with myself. That's awful.
This is why I never make a pickup artist. Like, no one will ever have sex again. Every time they now pick up a woman, they're just gonna have a vision of fucking themselves, like yourself staring back at you. Yeah, but it's just another fucking person, like, and it doesn't matter that much if you get rejected, like, It's like, so fucking what? That bitch is lost, fucker. Like I said, there's a million of them out there. And again, it's yeah, I've been on dates where it didn't work out. It's awful. Like, it's probably better to get rejected straight away than have to spend fucking 4 hours pretending that you're interested with some bitch, and then it's like, oh. At the end of the night, like a wet handshake is like, okay, yeah, well, we won't be seeing each other again. But yeah, that's the magic of the whole internet dating shit. It's that you don't have to go through that awkwardness of just randomly hunting women on the street or in bars or nightclubs. That was never a thing for me. I always found it massively awkward and like cringy, and just like, okay, well, if you talk to someone, you talk to them naturally instead of scouting around the room. Ooh, and then seeing a random face. It's fucking nuts to me. So yeah, it just seems easier on it. Like, either somebody, or if you want to find women, well, just go onto one of those dating websites and see if there's somebody that you find halfway attractive. They find you attractive, so there's the first hurdle over with without actually having anybody getting rejected. And then it's like, okay, text message each other, see if there's any sort of chemistry there, and then if there is, it's like, okay, well, then that seems to work, so let's meet in person. Now that awkward horseshit is out of the way, and then we'll see if there's any real genuine chemistry in person. And that just, I found that easier and less awkward and torturous than hunting women on the street. It seems a step backwards. That can only
absolutely. I also feel that the same kind of vibe from the apps and dating websites as well. It still feels like a cattle mart, where we're all the cattle. It's not me, the farmer, going to look at the cattle. I'm also on sale for $0. I'd rather, and this is how I've always been, a friend of a friend or a friend of a relative, or I don't know, I'm just out doing a small kind of social gathering thing, and I just happen to meet someone. That's me, and I'm not going to go far into out of my comfort zone, because I've already given up on myself. So
oh Jesus,
life is easier that way.
All right, there's a positive message for people. Give up on yourself early. Save yourself all pain, suffering. Like, there we go. Fuck. Yeah. I don't think you're doing too bad, or you've done too bad. I think you're just like all of us. When you go through a certain amount of pain, it's perfectly natural to go like, fuck that. Why? But that gets old as well.
Yeah. Life is full of chapters, and we go through waves, and
I think you have enough magic still left in you to do whatever the fuck you really want. It's all mindset and will at the end of the day. So if you want something, you will. You'll get it. Come hook or by crook. Those guys in that van showed us. People can do fucking spectacular things when they put their minds to it. Now, granted, they came a bit early in that context. They didn't go properly. But yeah, I think people, they have enough magic, and confidence is kind of a magical thing as well. Like, it's fleeting, it comes and goes. And
you remind me of that meme. it's not a text meme. It's just, I don't know. I've turned a phrase. Turns out you can just do things. Yeah. That's a powerful mimetic device right there. Turns out you can just do things.
Yeah, whatever you fucking want. Put your mind to it. Now you can convince yourself of anything. Like if you can convince yourself that you're worth nothing and you're useless, and there's no. I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about people in general.
Oh, thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, well, no. Sometimes, like if someone's telling me that, it's because I would feel, oh, just that nigger talking about fucking me. But no, in general, like you can talk yourself into anything really, and it just seems, much easier for people, I think, in general, to talk yourself into a depression, or doesn't it seem easy? Does it seem easier to you? It's like, well, it's oh well, everything negative. It's like people don't, fall into overly optimistic states very often. Like it's always people, you fall into a depression, like you can't get out of a depression. It seems you're not trying to bring people down. Oh, you're far too fucking happy and content. Like what's wrong with you? But it seems easy just to convince yourself of like, oh, everything's fucking terrible. It's the end of the world. Nothing will ever change. I can't do this. I can't do that. And because it's easy, you can never fail if you never try. So you can't fucking lose. But that can just be easily flipped to. You got to kind of convince yourself first. Well, yeah, of course I can fucking do it. And then you go do it. And then it's like, oh, how the fuck did that happen? Because you made the decision to actually fucking do it. Because if you don't, well, then you can be guaranteed that it's not going to change. Nothing changes with stasis on that front anyway. So yeah, if you convince yourself that you can't, then you can just as easily convince yourself that you can. And yeah, it's pretty straightforward, really, isn't it? Like just if you want something, go fucking do it. It's not to say that you can fly to the moon, but we're not talking about something that's unobtainable. If you're talking about you want a woman, you want to be with a woman, or you want to chat women up, well, just go out and fucking do it, or just talk to them as people, and then inject some honesty into it, and instead of that horseshit, like pay them some sort of compliment that women get fucking hundreds of guys coming up to them over their lifetimes and giving them cheesy compliments. They're not short for compliments. Like they can get them anywhere. They're not short of men coming up looking to fuck them. They're so sick of it that they feel they can't go jogging in the morning in case they get raped because men are just that desperate to fuck them all. Like, and so you just say something fucking unique. Like, something honest in a world full of fucking liars and con men. Just saying something honest can be shocking to people. And it doesn't mean like, I want to stick my dick in your ear or something like that. But just something fucking honest about the world or something like that. It can be shocking and refreshing. And it's even for men as well. Like just to have, a woman be honest. I don't know if that's actually even possible. But you know what I'm talking. When you meet someone who you click with, it's not that there's some magical chemistry. It's really just somebody you can be comfortable, being yourself, like, and that's just being the authentic you, talking about the stuff you like and you're interested in, and they're also interested, or even if they're not interested, they can converse with you about it because you click on an intellectual level. And once you get past the sex, it's great if you have that sexual chemistry as well. But beyond that, if you click on a couple of different levels, well, that's the magic that everybody's looking for, But again, if you can't get to that stage because everybody's tied up in a fucking knot trying to, do some performance of who you think you should be or what it is exactly a woman is looking for. And I think if you meet any woman and she gives you a list of these are the list of things she's looking for in a man, it's like, fuck off, like, not a handbag. Like, it's just another fucking person here trying to, share their life with somebody, and make a connection, beyond friendship, like. So Yeah, and if it works, it works. It seems terribly difficult, really. And again, if people are going to systematically, categorize it, well, then it's horribly fucking complex. It would be a mystery that men and women ever pair up at all, but they do. But it also dies on its arse more times than not as well. So yeah, it's a fucking mystery. But I think if you're happier being by yourself, well, then do that. If you're happy with someone else, do that. But I think it's just know that you can do what you really fucking want, or at least try. You can try and do what you want. That's probably easier, isn't it? Because there's no guarantee of success. But if you don't do a thing, well, then you can guarantee failure, and it's just fucking as simple as that. So get out there, start approaching random women on the street and paying them silly compliments and see how you get on. Yeah, I don't fucking know.
Yeah. All right. Great. You followed up terrible advice with pretty good advice.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. My free ebook is available. Email. Horseshit at ebrn.net.
Yeah. Well, that's it. You can't sell the truth, really. All right, let's get out of here.
Okay, doc. All right. Good night, folks.
Good night, folks. Thanks for tuning in. See you next week. Yeah.